We should be live. We walked to the shop from the house, and it's still working when we got here. So it's not Kim fixes things. It's Kim fixed things. She fixed it.
Yay, it's fixed.
But she's still walking around doing something. Let's see here. So who's here? Let's see. Oh, there's a whole bunch of people here since I walked from the house.
Really?
Let's see here. I'll go back to the beginning. Back to the beginning is Hippie Long, Tom Anderson, Kevin Smith, Bruce Gulchin. Bruce says, if I can only work as hard as these two. Oh, you don't know. We rest a little too. And then I said a lot of stuff about the internet, and Bruce says, Bruce Gulchin says, always something getting in the way of work. Yep. Hippie Long's here, says hello.
I mean, that's the
Hippie Long, Hippie Long says, Hippie Long says your last episode with the head and Kim's episode on her ignition was great.
Thank you very much.
Powell says, oh no, internetless shop. Stray Bullet, this is highly irregular. Yep. Oh man, we had a heck of a storm. I mean, it blew trees down and made a mess. Oh, I got top chat on instead of live chat. Okay, there, I fixed that problem.
Hey, everybody. As a special treat, since we were late, everybody who's here, you get double points. Everybody gets, I know this is a lot. It's generous. 6 points. Everyone who's here gets 6 points for beating us to the stream.
Kim, I got another problem. This never came up after the internet came up. That whatever the heck that thing is. Doesn't seem to do anything when I try some of those options. Uh-oh. What happened there? Something refreshed. Ah, Eric's here. Josh Holman's here. Crashes Roadrunner Garage. Stray Bullet. I guess I said Stray Bullet. I'm sorry. We're still working on issues here. We got something else screwed up. It says it can't find the IP address.
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know why that's not working. I think that's just going to be out tonight.
What happens if we close that?
Oh, click here.
Click here to retry. Oh, it retried everything. Oh, it is working. Okay, there. Then you can move that up. Oops. Yeah, there. Okay, and then we go back over here.
Is our microphone working okay?
Yeah, microphone's working. And then this, when you did that, it refreshed the chat to top chat again. Oh, I watched the whole screen.
Always make sure your chat is set to live chat so you don't miss any of the stuff.
If it says top chat up there, click on it, change it to live chat, because top chat means that YouTube can censor what you say and not put it up there. So
Ari's here, Tavo's here,
Yeah.
Lester's here, Josh is here, Crash Road Runner Garage is here, Stray Bullet's here, Hippie Long is here. Well, thanks everybody.
yeah, the thing that was
Sorry
wrong.
if I missed anybody.
The thing that was wrong here after that Kim just fixed.
He says it looks good. Stray Bullet.
There was there's a little studio thing here that tells us how many people are in the chat and all this kind of stuff. It was just sitting there blank. It says it didn't have any IP
It
address.
was like, da-da.
I didn't know what to do.
Scooch over just a smidge.
Scoot over, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
If you want, I'll even.
No, I got the camera where I want. Oh, why'd you do that?
Because
you put the camera. We got a light. We've got a light that's attached to the Studebaker. Blinding.
Yeah, I'll. You know.
Yeah, just take it off there because it doesn't look good on there.
Okay,
Otto says Top Jet and his friends Jinx, Benny, Officer Dibble. Well, yeah, but I'd rather not be on the Studebaker. You can't see the Studebaker with that there. God save the screen, says Dean. God says, I get it right yet. God save the screen, says Dean.
Right. We're fine. It's fine. My finances are fine.
Man, did I start a firestorm with two of my shorts. One about reusing a head gasket, and the other one about stainless hardware. Oh, I wasn't going to bring that up here.
I'm going to clean it.
Oh.
While we're talking, I'm going to get some work done.
Well, here's a mistake I made. I made a mistake with the head gasket. I worked on it. Kim worked on it. We got it so clean. And then we left and came back the next day, and it was rusty. So I guess we cleaned all the oily business off of it because I wanted it clean enough I could shoot that that stuff on it.
We didn't rinse the
copper coat
off of it.
So what happened was it rusted. Well, it had nothing on it to protect it. So.
Well, I think we left too much of the cleaner on it.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't rinse the cleaner. That's what it was.
Well, now it's got oil on it because then I shot oil all over it to stop
the oil
the
will come out with the soap.
Luis is here. Hello. How are you doing? We're actually going to do some work tonight, I think.
We do have a lot of work to do.
We have things we plan on doing. Kim's already cleaning a head gasket once again.
Well, it's like the next thing that has to happen.
Well, and I need to... my head's in the way of the head. My head's in the way of the head. Does that make any sense? Barrows, evening. How you doing?
Sweet Barrows is here too?
Yeah, the head. The head is behind my head. You see, this is a head, but then the thing that goes on top of the block is also a head.
The cylinder.
And it's behind me. So we were up here the next night after our last live, and we managed to get the other two studs out. And so we didn't do that on a live stream. We just did it. And then we got out of here. And so then I started making studs to fit. And all we have is green scratch bite. You know, that stuff. Green Scotch-Brite.
Yeah, I don't want to get any more breaks.
I don't have the red. I have a piece of red or brown stuff around here somewhere, and I don't know what happened to it.
There was a brown one nearby, but I think the green is good.
So, yeah, it'll work.
It's doing good.
And then, oh man, you're going to town on that. Well, when you're done with that, I want to set up, I think that's the camera. We got several cameras around here. I want to set up the camera on the tripod, so because I think that helps, as people can actually see what we're doing, and I can start working on the making some more studs, because I'm not putting bolts in that thing again. I'm going to put studs in there. I think what I'm going to do is use the new, what everybody calls orange Loctite, which is not Loctite at all. It is what is that stuff? The other brand.
Fantasies? Oh, Permatex.
Permatex. Because Loctite doesn't have orange. They have a blue that's a blue type O or something. I forget what it is.
Does this stuff for the head bolts come from Amazon?
No, well, it could be. It could be in our mailbox, and I didn't look.
Okay.
So, yeah, we got to go run down there and look at that, I guess. And then the Colt Racing transmissions buff. Check your text. Oh, is this a text you sent about a half hour ago? I think if it is the one you're talking about, I already looked at it. Let's see, what is it? It is. It's an image. Yeah, I can bring that up.
It's Captain Chaos.
Yeah, I found that about, I don't know. I thought it was half an hour ago. It looks like it's almost an hour ago. Yeah, thanks, John. Let's see. Dean Stevenson, the chat is off the hooking. Stray Bullet, given today's technology, how hard would it be to manufacture a batch of those original steel head gaskets? You know, there's a thing called that we used to use called steel ruled dies, and they're not very strong, but they're meant to cut gaskets. I don't know if they cut a steel one. They were meant to make gaskets, and we cut 2024 aluminum with them, 16 thousandths, which is, it's a pretty hard aluminum, and we were able to cut aluminum with the steel ruled dies for to make ribs for an aircraft. But then later, we started, one of the guys wanted to do them with laser cuts. We laser cut them, but Man, did that make a mess because all the little edges, every cut had a little tiny, if you looked at it in a magnifying glass, you could see this little hardened edge that was all burrs and everything. All that had to be taken off. So then we started doing it with water jets. Water jet's great. Cuts perfectly. Doesn't leave a bad edge. You don't have to deburr anything afterwards. It took a step out. And we were farming it out to another company, both the laser cut and the water jet cut, and they were the same price, basically the same price. So we cut out a step by using the water jet. So I think the thing to do with this, although this has some little ridges on it, doesn't it? It's embossed. So I don't know. You'd have to emboss it somehow. Yeah, water jet would make short work of it, but then there's some little embossed things around the cylinder.
So I think
that seals it.
I
don't know
that, like on the Slant 6, they make a copper shim gasket.
Oh,
it's
really?
not embossed, and you just spray it with the copper coat, and it works. And that could be laser cut, but it ain't cheap.
Dean says, put a big block 300 Ford head gasket on a small 6200. Isn't the cylinder spacing different? I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. That just when I look at a 240 or a 300, it just looks enormous compared to this, a 200 or even a 250. But I think Kim.
250 is the same spacing, but I don't think a 300 is.
Yeah, 250 is the same spacing as a 200. But the Kim says she just said this, that there's a copper shim gasket that's made for the Slant 6 that somebody makes them, and it's not embossed at all, but it works. And then you spray it with copper coat. So maybe somebody could do that. Louis says, was going that 78 Mercury Z7. I'm not sure what you mean there. I mean, I could draw it up in CAD, have somebody water jet them, but that'd be a bunch of money, and I don't know. Is it worth doing?
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot of call for this.
Well, that's coming out really good, Ken.
Well, I'm taking my time.
You're really doing a nice job.
Well, I don't want it to leak.
Barrow says, cool thing about water jet is the cut edge doesn't change. Plasma changes the hardness of the edge, and torch cut really changes it. Yeah, same thing with the laser cut. Laser cut, you look at it, it looks like little tiny dark balls along the edge of the aluminum when I was making stuff out of aluminum. And we had to take a file and knock all that stuff off. The lightning holes, everything had to be deburred. Days and days and days of work of a big stack of ribs that were cut out. And we started doing them with the water jet. Get them back to water jet, go right over the press and start forming ribs. It's pretty nice. The guy has a video on putting a modified Cleveland head on a 300 600. I saw that, but I didn't watch it yet. But I did see that video sitting there. Harry says, I know a guy with a steel Slant 6 head gasket. He's a lazy bastard.
Sorry. Talking about himself. Self-deprecating humor is what
didn't you get that? I thought you got that from Olive or something, or maybe she knew where those were. Not sure. Did Olive come in yet? If she did, tonight? I missed it.
I didn't see her yet tonight.
I don't know. I was looking away watching you do this and looking at other things. Buddy Car Farm, how much torque do you lose if you use a new gasket? How much torque do you lose if you use new gasket?
I think you lose about 20 thousandths of thickness.
One of the reasons I decided to go with this, and I talked to Dean about it, or chatted with Dean about it, is the aftermarket gasket's much thicker, and he's concerned about losing a little bit of compression. But I was concerned about an old engine like this because the head's a little bit higher. There's no adjustable rockers, and now all the lifters are going to be in a slightly different position. I don't know if that makes any difference or not, but I'd rather they be right back where they were. We've already disrupted enough, Stray Bullet, I had a bunch of custom stainless exhaust pieces, water jet cut. It all turned out beautiful, yeah. Water jet. You remember that show that was on, was it Orange County Choppers? They had that really nice enclosed water jet. So I liked that thing. So I got a hold of that company, went to a demonstration with them. And man, they were doing everything. They were cutting tile with it. They were cutting stainless with it. They were cutting titanium with it. They were cutting meat with it. Meat cutters. I mean, they could do anything, and it was all beautiful work. So then I said, what are the power requirements? And he said, it's 480 volts at 100 amps. I went, holy crap. That's going to make our electric meter spin kind of fast, you know? I mean, we had 480 in the building, but man. So I talked to my boss about it, and it was an expensive machine, and we thought about buying one, but he goes, if we buy that machine, he goes, you're going to have to sell some other jobs. You're going to have to be, that machine has to run and run and run. We can't have it sitting there just cutting ribs out a couple of times a month. So he goes, that machine has to be running all the time to bring some money in. Gee, all right. So what happened was we didn't buy one. We just found other job shops that had water jet and had them do the work, which worked fine for us. Dean Stevens says, all represented. Okay, she's represented, but I missed her somewhere. I'm sorry. Let me scroll back. I was running my mouth instead of paying attention. Oh, yeah. She's here. Start engine. That's the investment scheme ad I keep getting. Olive's here at 16 after. So, welcome, Olive. Dean says, it's a heirloom on account of your great hair. It's a heirloom. Yeah. Ari says, the gasket was bequeathed to me. Yeah. I had quite a few people, several comments. Just buy a new gasket. One of my finally said, you know where I can get one? Do you have one? Do you have one for sale? I don't know. I don't think you can. I was kidding with Kim. I said, I'm going to go down to a Ford dealer and buy a new one. She's laughing at me.
You could probably scrounge up a new old
only
stock
thing you can
and
get at
start
Ford
some
dealers, I
fridge.
think, is probably new modules for new cars. $800 modules. Patrick Sullivan, good evening. Okay, this is coming out really good. Once it dries, we're going to spray that stuff on there. And
Well, we have to rinse it.
yeah, once it's all done, get that soapy stuff off
and
there.
both sides.
Both sides, yeah. This side looks horrible too.
Jeez, it went to shit.
It went to shit. That's right.
2 days.
Well, last night we had a storm roll through here that we went out. We came up here on the way up. One of Kim's trucks got a big
limb on it.
Big limb off a tree fell on her green truck. She goes, "Oh no, my truck!" Well, it hit on the A pillar on the passenger side, which is the right side
Probably
of the truck.
scratched it, but I don't think it did any big damage.
It hit the windshield. It didn't break the windshield. I don't think it did any damage, but it's still out there, all entangled in the radio antenna and the wipers and everything. We're gonna have to cut that off there. And then there was a huge chunk of a tree that blocked the road out here, and the police or somebody came by. We heard it break, but I thought it was a gunshot. That's how loud it was. So we found that later, and it was dark. We're out there with a flashlight, and there was police tape all around it, blocked the road off. And then I heard somebody out there. I heard a chainsaw after midnight. I went out there, and there was a crew out there cutting it up and just dragging the pieces to unblock the road, but they didn't do any more than that. So it's still out there, but that's why we lost internet, because of that storm. Paolo says, calm, sunny, and quite warm in the middle of so-called winter down here. Buddy Carafano hit 100 degrees today. Oh, we're supposed to have warm weather for Tennessee, 90-degree weather all week, like the next 6 days or something, which is good. I can go out there and mow the 2.5 foot tall grass.
Go out and mow the lawn. We've had some grass growing weather the last couple of weeks. Rain every day.
Oh, it rained. I can't mow like that, so it just keeps growing.
Maybe our corn is finally growing.
I haven't even been out there to look at the corn. Then we had some prowler here. Somebody turned the lights off, drove back on the property somewhere. Don't know who did that. Neighbors all were aware of it, getting their guns out, you know. So I guess they left. I don't know. Snuck out of here with their lights off. Tim says it was 93 degrees. Thought I was going to have heat stroke trying to mow some of the yard. Yeah.
Be careful.
Dean says, Josh, you rampant party animal. Probably animal. Welcome.
Welcome in. He was here. I said hello to
Josh
Josh.
Holman. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's way up the top of the chat. And Dean's calling an animal. Animal. I knew a guy that he was deaf. He couldn't hear anything from the time he was born. So he really had a hard time learning to speak, I guess. So he mispronounced words. He was a painter. He was a car painter. And he called enamel. This is back in the 70s. He called animal. Animal. It kind of sounded like what you wrote there. Animal. I paint with animal. But he was a great painter. Just I don't know how he learned to speak at all, actually. Did real well considering he never could hear anything. Haven't seen Mexican Spec yet, Patrick.
He might be taking a night. You know what? Who else is streaming tonight? Is he still in somebody else's stream?
Yeah, I don't know. I think what we're going to do is we're going to try, this isn't a commitment yet, but we're going to try to make it Thursday night, Saturday night, and then Tuesday night. Tuesday night in the house, or in the, what do we call it, the studio, and probably Thursday night and Saturday night up here. Saturday night was a really good live for us, and I kind of liked it. So when Kim's finished with this, she's about partway through the second side. We're going to get another camera set up, and I'm going to get to work on some making some studs and doing some other things. Okay, here goes my stupid brain that doesn't come alive. What are the little alignment pins called in the...
Oh, dowels.
Dowel pins. Why couldn't I remember that?
I forgot I need to.
Because this doesn't have any dowel pins. Kim's got a bunch of extra old slant 6 head bolts, which are the same thread,
but longer,
and have big long shanks. So I'm going to cut those off and make some alignment pins that I can screw into the block, and then we can slide the head on there and you put the head gasket on, slide the head on there and keep everything lined up, get a couple of head bolts started, and then unscrew those two alignment tools that I'm going to make. And they'll go in the toolbox for the next time. So I'm sure there'll be a next time. You do one 206, you know there's going to be another one. Does anybody watch Katarina? What's she call her channel?
I think it's Katarina's Garage.
Katarina's Garage. She's up in Alberta in Canada, and she has Mustangs, box body Mustangs, and she works in a shop where they have a dyno. Although she does all her work on her cars at home. So tonight I was watching one of her videos, and she'd put a header on her 200 cubic inch inline 6 in a box body Mustang. Then she went out and drove it really fast down some back road. so Dean Stevenson, I'm sorry for being rude, but I'm eating chicken biryani at the moment. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it's probably good. Patrick Sullivan, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Harry says, yeah, Katarina is cool. She used to do a lot of lives, but I haven't watched one of her lives in a while. She may still be doing it. One-Eyed Cat's here. Good evening. So I have a few minutes yet. Me and my wife, Wendy, road tripping tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. They're going to go work on the motor.
So you're going to Ohio? Or going home from Ohio? I think you're going to Ohio. Patrick Sullivan, hello. Oh, I'm probably Mr. One-Eyed Cat. It said MRE. I thought, man, I haven't eaten one of those in a while. An MRE. Oh, Mrs. Patrick Sullivan says Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. Oh, but that's Mr. One-Eyed Cat that's there.
Dawn and Wendy, the good friends of the channel. Wonderful people to meet.
Oh, and Mrs. One-Eyed Cat just came in.
Nice.
So the two One-Eyed Cats are there. So they used to come in on the same login as what? Dawn and Wendy English?
Yeah.
One login. And then they had two logins, Dawn and Wendy. And then they had two logins, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat and One-Eyed Cat. So I had to get used to that. But now I'm used to that. Yeah, One-Eyed Cat says, yes, to Ohio. Mrs. One-Eyed Cat says, yeah, we're both here. You like Kim and myself, we'll be in the house on two different laptops chatting on the same live.
It's good. It's extra viewership.
It's good extra views, yeah.
Get all the credit.
Ari says, I have MRE peanut butter and poncho in the Apache. You never know.
You never
Man,
know.
I used to have a lot of MREs, but I think they're all gone. And I had some of them that were kept in, I had a bunch of vegetarian MREs, but they were kept in Arizona where it was just way too hot. I ended up throwing them away. And then, because I had them too long. And then I've got some Russian MREs, and the Russian MREs are really good, man, but can't get them anymore. And when you get them, what do they call them? Who checks the stuff coming in the country?
Oh,
Customs. Customs takes all the meat out. The meat's the best part. But the Russian MREs, I still have a couple, but they're only good for 1 year, which is not long enough. So they're made and they got to be used pretty quickly. So there's a couple of them packed up somewhere. When I get those, they'll be animal food or trash, sadly. Yeah, I got a Ukrainian MRE from Amazon, and it got shipped directly from Ukraine. This is about 3 years ago. No, it was before the war, so it was longer than 3 years ago. So I got it, and all that was left in it was the crackers, anything, meat, vegetables, all that. Customs took it out, threw it away, or they ate it. So I paid like $40 for some crackers, just
in a box.
In a torn open box. Mike M says, "Yum, borscht." Yeah, I've had borscht. Borscht is a big glop of sour cream in the middle of it. They always do that. One-Eyed Cat, Marty's Hot Rod Garage is advising helping me put the 440 together this weekend. Yes, some impressive vehicles. Oh, that's good.
That's awesome. Do some walkarounds if you get a chance. Give us some content, buddy.
Patrick Sullivan, back in the day, we'd get gallon-sized peanut butter. Had to stir the shit out of it to eat it, otherwise it would slide out. I remember my father, when I was young, used to always get Laura Scudder's peanut butter, which when he got it, it was all oil on the top and the peanut butter on the bottom. He'd stir it and stir it and stir it. And it was really hard to stir. And then it had to be kept in the refrigerator. And every time you get it out, it'd already be starting to separate. He'd stir it up and he'd go, this is the only good peanut butter. Because the stuff that stays homogenized or whatever, he says it's not good. But I've noticed the difference, but I don't eat much peanut butter. Dean Stevenson, hey, Kimbergini, used to use her 2 profiles all the time. I used to remind her on UTG's chat, it's okay to have multiple user IDs. I have 4. I didn't know you had 4. I didn't know you had 2. Luis says, do you know about Rugrats and All Grown Up? Man, he likes Rugrats. Dean Stevenson, I think so. Oh man, we got a skunk outside that's spraying around here. He just fills this place with skunk odor. Got to get him some aftershave or something. Patrick, the military term for things being pilfered or gone. Rat fudge. Dean says, I only use this one because sometimes I forget who I am. Oh, so I'm opposite. My one user ID has multiple personalities. Oh, man. I should have been taking a cough drop because I'm already in trouble. I'm going to start having a sneezing fit. I don't want to have a sneezing fit. Buddy Carpano, creamy or chunky peanut butter? What's your pick? I don't know. They're both good. Dean Stevenson says rat fink. Jeez. Kim, what you doing? Put water on them?
I had to rinse all that detergent off of it.
Well, I understand that. That's why I'm asking if you're using water.
I use water to rinse all the detergent. Now I'm using rubbing alcohol to dry the water.
I was wondering what's in the spray bottle. It's alcohol.
Yeah.
Probably not rubbing alcohol. It's probably my 99%.
It's not. We haven't used 99%.
Oh, I have some. I have a 5 gallon.
Like $1,000 or something.
So I have a 5 gallon pail of 99.
Alcohol will work exactly the same for this.
99.9%.
Purpose.
Some kind of. I forgot now. Some kind of alcohol that was expensive.
Denatured.
Yeah, it's not denatured. It's called isopropyl. I don't know what isopropyl means. I just know that's what it is. Dean, how many miles on the RAV4 now? Do they have miles down there? I don't think they have miles. They may have miles. In England, they have miles. People in England give me all kinds of crap about that I don't know anything about the metric system, and then you go down the roads and it's all in miles. I used to laugh at them. Somebody in England was giving me a real hard time about the metric system. I said, you know why the distance between the Earth and the Moon is measured in miles? They kind of looked at me. I go, because we went there and we measured it. Oh, man.
I understand why I didn't like you.
Well, you know, when I get there and they tell me that I don't know how to work on their equipment because I don't have any metric tools, you know, I mean, besides working on all the European cars and Japanese cars that I've worked on, the U.S. went metric on cars in 1977. There's some guy harassing me that probably born in 1997 about, I don't know anything about metric. I don't have any metric tools, you know. Really? I mean, he's just, I don't understand why you Americans haven't gone, you know, use those terrible sizes and just railing on me, you know. It's like, we were metric 20 years before you were born. What are you saying? No, who told you that? One-eyed cat. Marty has the Hemi Express wheel stand. Well, I had Shane laughing last night because they were talking about tickets, and I said, yeah, I was in court one time, and there's a guy, a couple of people in front of me, and he got a ticket, and they read the charges off, and it said, they read it off, it says, excessive acceleration causing the front wheels to leave the ground. I thought that was a pretty funny way to say wheelie. But yeah, Shane thought it was really funny. He goes, I would have paid that ticket. He goes, just to have the ticket. He goes, I'd want the ticket back to frame it. Actually, it was a misdemeanor court. I had a employee that was in trouble, and I bailed him out of jail, and I took him to misdemeanor court to make sure he got there so I could get my money back after he went to court, because he was in there for 2 charges. He passed a police officer. He was late to work, as usual. Passed a police officer on a road, figured out it was a cop, slowed down, got behind the cop. When he figured out it was a cop, so the cop pulled over, got behind him, stopped him. And then he had another ticket. He failed to appear, so he had a failure to appear. So he got arrested. Then he called me. So I went and bailed him out of jail. Why do I bail employees out of jail? So I wanted to make sure he got there, so I took him there. Sat there and watched all the proceedings. It was kind of interesting. Dean says, might mean something kilometers means nothing. Stravola, we need to work with both on the same vehicle here. That's right. This vehicle here, 1978, is the first year this was made, and this is a 78, and it's a all-metric car, except the engine and transmission are legacy parts. They were already being built for, 18 years before, these six cylinders were built for 18 years before this car was built, so they're not going to go change all the fasteners. So the engine is SAE, and the rest of the car is metric. I had to buy a lot of metric tools when I switched from working on American cars. Yeah, I guess you're working on older cars. Yeah, I'd had my first wrench was a metric wrench for a French bicycle that I had in the 60s. Okay, we're about to have a couple of commercials. I'm going to get up and start messing around with something else. What's this? Gene Stevens continue able to be measured to the millimeter or thousandths of an inch with the prism setup from Apollo 17. Kim Borghini and I are surveying technicians. Mexican Specs here. Hey, how you doing? I'm about ready to get up and walk over that way, but I'll be here. I might not be paying attention to the chat very well. Kim, what are you doing? Oh, you're still working on that. Okay, well, I'll sit here for a couple more minutes. Well, when you get your hands clean, I really want another camera set up.
Okay, where do you want it?
Well, over there so we can see the head. But it used to be on that tripod, but now there's nothing on the tripod. So
I had to take it to the house to get some.
Oh yeah, you pulled video off of it.
Yeah.
So
it won't take long to set up. I'll do it. Okay. This can wait.
Yeah, but you got your hands in the muck.
No. It's not very okay. Muck. It's kind of mucky.
Got your hands in the.
You're right. They are kind of mucky.
In the green mung.
Give me a moment.
There's a guy that had a shop next door to me, the guy that rebuilt carburetors and did a lot of tuning and stuff. And he used to call the stuff in carburetors green mung. M-U-N-G. Got to get rid of all the green mung. I don't know why carburetors had green mung in them then. That was in the 70s. No, that was in the 80s. Ari got a TikTok ad.
TikTok? You get 2 points, Ari. Anybody else who's getting advertisements, tell them about us. Even if I don't read your comment, you get 2 points for telling us.
Bruce Colton had an advertisement for a credit card named Credit Card. What? That must be a Canadian thing. Dean Stevenson has a message retracted.
You're paying our bills, so you get 2 points.
Hey, here's one. This is going to be your favorite ad. Tim got one for Subaru.
Subaru! Woohoo!
Mexican Spec knows what a schmuck is. Tavo knows what a schmuck is. I know what a schmuck is.
Schlemiels.
Louise says.
Cam.
Louise says, I miss Brian Wilson. Man, you like that music? See, that was the music I grew up with. Man, I'm old. Mexican Spec says, I surely do know what a schmuck is. They're all around me.
Oh, he knows all.
Patrick Sullivan, schmuck stooges knew. Oh, I thought the air conditioner came back on. You just have the fan blowing air on it.
The air conditioner's popped on and off a couple times. I'll bet it needs reset from being.
Oh, because the power got knocked out. It's set at some weird temperature. That's what happened. A schmuck. I don't know who it was. When I was a kid, I used to hear somebody around me said that all the time. Schmuck. So I knew what that was.
There you go.
Lewis says, I love the Beach Boys and still love it. Yeah, Beach Boys. I always liked their music, but I didn't think anybody else liked it because I'm old and I listen to stuff like that when I'm in the car by myself. That's a spec. Buff, will your car ever run and drive again? I don't know.
No.
I'm getting real discouraged.
Broken for forever.
I had a daily driver until that guy ran into me, and since then I've had a daily driver like for 3 days.
The Jeep is your vehicle, and it
The
works.
Jeep is not. It's a vehicle we use. Both of us use it.
It works
but
fine.
my daily driver is my daily driver. Your
Why
daily.
don't you sell my daily driver
Your
so I
daily.
can buy stuff for the house and shop?
No.
I don't know. You're giving me such a hard time about it not being done.
No, I'm not giving you a hard time about it not being done. Mexican Spec is just. I think he's pointing out that it was a vehicle that needed a lot of stuff.
Well, old cars.
He's not giving you a hard time.
I don't know. It seems like it. Feels
Mexican Spec says the Jeep is a shop truck.
I feel very attacked. The Jeep is a shop. It is a shop truck.
Dean Stevenson says it's polite if you don't know Yiddish. Luis says thanks to American Graffiti from a '73 movie. Man, I saw that movie. I went. I don't go see movies much, but I went. Everybody told me to see it, so I went to that movie by myself. I was in the Air Force then. I went to watch it by myself, and I loved it. I thought that was just the cars and the whole thing that was like when I was a little kid. That's what was going on. So I remember it well. You know that kind of stuff. Dean Stevenson, Kimberlini. That's what happens when you care. Well, Kim was really doing a job that needed to be done, and if I'd done it, the same thing would have happened. It would have broken the bolts. I mean, they were in there. It'll never happen again because the way we're fixing it. How many of you used orange? The stuff everybody calls orange Loctite. It's not Loctite at all. It's Permatex. But how many of you have used orange? Let's see. Wolfman Jack is who stood out in that movie, and Suzanne Summers, of course. Wolfman Jack. I remember Wolfman Jack when he was on XERB, and the transmitter was in Tijuana, and I used to listen to that in San Luis Obispo because
Okay, we're on.
Okay, I see. Because they were transmitting what with 100,000 watts or 200,000 watts or something. It was crazy. So you're moving. Kim's making a thing here. Well, I'm gonna go over there, so I don't know why you're putting it on me. Oh, Straight Bullet says I've used orange. Okay, so what do you think of it? Mexican Spec says it was avoidable though if you could live with an exhaust leak. Yeah, well, there were other things avoidable, like
You're getting me in trouble, Mexican Spec.
Like if I didn't
Stop it.
Like if I didn't like brakes, I could drive.
Yeah.
Bruce, I like Porky's a lot more. Something to do with removing a Ford axle via a long steel wire. Oh yeah, they did that in 2 shows. They did it on American Graffiti, pulled a axle out, and then they did it in on Leave It to Beaver. They pulled an axle out from under a police car. Mexican Spec says, I'm not doing anything, Kim. I'm just sitting here. You're stirring the shit, is what
That's
you're doing.
right. You're stirring the pot, Mexican Spec.
Stirring the turds.
Domestic bliss, Mexican Spec. Ignorance is bliss.
Patrick Sullivan. I don't know. I watched the YouTube vid and was floored. Had no idea. What am I using the orange for? I may put the studs in the head. I'm going to take it apart right now while it's on video. Put the studs in the head so they don't turn anymore, and then when I put the head on, I'll use some kind of anti-seize and the stainless nuts on carbon steel studs, so I'll have no trouble getting those nuts off. And then the Loctite and the studs, I'll be able to double nut them and take it out if I ever need to, because there should be some barrier in there if I put Loctite on it, I would think. Yeah, buddy says, Exhaust leak needed to be fixed. Ticking noise. Yeah, ticking noise would drive me crazy. I got the point where I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, we knew what it was, so we weren't worried. But
Patrick Sullivan says I had a massive crush on her at Three's Company. Yeah, she was okay. There were a couple other Three's Company were pretty good. You know, Three's Company actually got better when what's his name left, and they got what's his name? Yeah, Barney Five, whatever his name was. He came in as the landlord, and man, that worked well. Let's see. Okay, I gotta go to the head. That doesn't mean I'm going to the bathroom. That means I'm going to this head. Okay. I gotta walk out of the camera for a minute. Because I'm an old man and my pants are falling down. I gotta tighten the belt. I need to replace my belt with a cargo strap. Because this belt seems to loosen. I don't like it.
He's always pulling his pants up.
I'm not going to be an old man to wear suspenders.
Thanks everybody for coming in and hanging out.
Can you remove your purse?
My purse?
Because that's where you put it right where we put the head. Or maybe I put the head somewhere else. I'm out of or exhaust manifolds, yeah. I'm out of space. You're taking up a big space.
This doesn't need to be here, but you're going to have to switch around some other things.
That's not a good place for a purse. Okay.
He does not like my purse. It upsets him.
The purse is fine. It just doesn't.
He's afraid to touch it too.
Oh, my mother.
If I tell him to move it, he's like, "You move it." It's like it's.
My mother was like, she would have kicked my ass if I touched a woman's purse. Men don't belong touching a woman's purse.
To this day, he's afraid to touch a purse.
Okay, this doesn't move. Why?
It doesn't move. The manifold.
I can't get grip. Oh, I got a grip.
Get a grip.
I think I put one more stud in. It just was a little bit hard. Okay, you see what I've got here.
What do you got there?
I'm talking to the camera.
Oh, okay.
You know what I have here.
I do.
Mexican Spec says, good job. If you touch a woman's purse, they blame you for everything missing. Oh, man.
I don't.
My mother would have had a fit.
At this point, I know he's afraid to go in there. He won't go in there. It's like, no. It's the no-no zone.
This stud needs to be shorter than the other studs, but I made it a touch too short. I mean, it would work, but then there wouldn't be any threads sticking out. So, where did I put I don't know where I put the material. Here it is. Yeah, I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough of this. Kim was cutting this for me because I was using a hacksaw. She said the hacksaw is too slow. So she cut it with some kind of die grinder or something, put a ton of dust in there. So I cut it slow and cussed at it. She cut it fast, put a ton of dust.
And it's still too short.
Well, you cut all the long ones.
Okay.
Which are okay. Because the first long one I cut was too short. But then I don't know how I misjudged it. I did. How many showings many T cuts? T. know what, Jim? I think I'm going to have enough of this material.
Just barely?
Just barely. Yeah, with no extra. So neither of us are paying attention to the chat. So I'll walk over here for a second, then I'm ready for you to cut these. But you're doing so. I don't know what you're doing. You're doing something else. Dean Stevenson, C and the Art of Mercury Z7 maintenance. I said. Ari's got like eyeballs. Let's see here. I don't know what's going on. Stray Bullet, I hate working on 100,000 plus mile exhaust systems, buddy. More often than not, this is what happens if you want to fix it correctly.
Oh yeah, we knew it was going to be a problem.
He
wasn't ready to do it.
I had one radiator shop, and next door to me on one side was a muffler shop, and man, I would just, that was my least favorite thing to do. I was so glad that guy was there, and everything he did, he wanted to do trade work. So everything I ever needed was exhaust systems. He just did it, never charged me. And anything that he needed that was radiators, and he had race cars, so he broke a lot of radiators. I just did it and gave it to him. And we never knew where we were. We just, I don't know who came out ahead on that one, but I always had good exhaust systems because I hated dealing with them and he dealt with them. And he always had good radiators. So that was such a good deal. But he was quite a bit older than me, and he has since passed away. And that was in California, so. Tim says the weather says we're going to get rain from it in a few days. I'm not sure what it is.
More rain. Dang it.
I don't think it affects the validation bills much. I haven't been working for Rivian for a little while, though. I took a job with Audi in October. Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, congratulations on the new job.
Do they have electric cars too? Audi? Or do they have just hybrids, or do they have all gas? I think they have hybrids.
Are you able to be at home more?
Yeah, Rivian was probably a pretty intense job, I guess. I don't know. Buddy Carfano, why have a car with an exhaust leak? Oh, it helps you breathe? I don't know. Say, lets the exhaust out in two places. Increased performance.
That's right. We need it too with this.
He says it's getting very late for him. He has to go to bed. Does that mean you're taking off? Yep, he's saying good night. Okay, Luis, thanks for being here. Good night. Yeah, we're in the shop kind of late.
Gotta get stuff done.
Patrick, my ex-father-in-law had 5 or 6 broken on his Ford truck, 5.4 Triton. Yeah, there's a pain in the ass engine. Bruce, my brother did exhaust systems. I built motors. Good trades. Yep. Man, I wish that guy was next door to us now with an exhaust shop. I don't even know who to go to. Man. Because most of them are just, they're, big chain stores. They sell you a cheap muffler with a lifetime warranty, and then they sell you all this other crap you don't need. And if you go in with a lifetime warranty, I mean, they want you to come in. They make that muffler out of paper if they could, because they want it to fail. They want you to come in and give you a free muffler so they can sell you all the other crap again, And I'm not really interested in that. What's this? Patrick says he found a guy that'll repair them for $60 each. Mexican Spec says, Ari, what are you doing for Audi? He says, buenas noches. Spokojnie noche, po-ruski. See, Dean had to learn what that meant, because I said Spokojnie noche. So he said he was going to look it up, but I didn't hear from him, so I put it in one of his videos. Spokojnie noche. Then he looked it up. Let's see. Dean Stevenson, remember Luis McGill? Now that we're men, we have facial hair. Now that we're men, we change our underwear. Oh, God. All right. No, work was really slowing at Rivian. I didn't want to wait around to get laid off. Oh, so I'm just working a service job and trying to do the flat rate thing. Okay, so you're working in a dealership? Anyone been watching Ricky J. Ray and his dad driving in the sixth summer? Doing good, nothing broke yet. Be on buff. Check your valve seals, see if they're supple. Yeah, one more thing.
We haven't inspected the head yet.
We haven't inspected that part of the head yet.
We haven't even looked at the head yet.
And it's part of the, okay, how do we want to go on this?
No deeper.
Dean Stevenson, Control C, Control V, because that's what we do. You know, not many people do that. I know most people go in and right-click all this stuff and find cut and paste and everything. Man, I've been a Control C and Control V guy since the very first Windows, like Windows 3.1, I think. I don't know. Was that a shortcut on DOS? I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I was just doing DOS. Although my CAD program is straight DOS, and I know all the. It's just like walking. I know all the keystrokes. I can fly on that thing. Dean Stevenson, I like Spiconi Noce. Best kind of Noce. Spiconi Noce.
Okay.
Dobrovic, good morning. Would be shocked if they were supple. Yeah.
47 years. I think they're probably bad.
Okay, I'll do what I did last time. I'll do the setup and you can do the cut. So we're both going to be away from the camera and the chat for several minutes while we cut and cut.
I mean, I'll turn the camera.
Oh, you can turn the camera that way. Yeah, we can do that. Everybody can watch us cut and make a mess. Watch all the shit flying in the air.
I don't think I have a lot more cord.
Yeah, you're running out of cord.
That's
all right.
As far as I can go, but I've got a little zoom, a little bit of focus. Go over there so I can focus.
So who knows what this is? Paper towel tube. Nope. Soft jaws. Soft jaws. Ooh, we gotta watch it. We got a radiator set. Ooh, this is too close. Let me get this radiator. I don't want anything to happen to this radiator.
Thanks for being here, guys. Chat amongst yourselves. I'm trying to get some stuff done.
Ken, what's this look like over there? Hanging away the camera?
Of course you are. Yeah, I can just see your back.
Well, I can move this thing a little bit.
Supple. You just need this one?
There's 6 of them. Or 5. I don't know.
6 more?
Yeah, these are short studs. Yeah, there's what? Remember how many we had to drill out?
No. Well, aren't any of the old ones good still? I guess not. Never mind. Yeah, move out of the way so they can see.
Get out of the way so they can see
Stand off the side.
cutting with electrical hose versus the air hose. Yeah, I'll reach the pin. I'm going to grab a pair of pliers. Ooh, that's a little bit on the warm side. Pliers. Pliers. There's one more after this. So the next one's going to be a little bit more tasty.
I'm gonna go check on the chat. Are you gonna grind all those down?
Clean these up. They're kind of warm, so.
Okay, I'm gonna come over and say hello to everybody while you're brushing up the threads on those. All right. Please don't buy an Audi. Audi? I mean, if you have money and you like all Audis, buy one.
You know what? When I'm driving a new Audi, I like them, but I don't want the maintenance on them. But like when I got an Audi as a rental car, man, I had an Audi. Oh, what's this? Like a medium-sized SUV, Audi something 7. I'm trying to remember what that is. Audi something. Man, I like driving that thing, but I wouldn't want to. I wanted to see what.
Ari says he's driving his crappy Toyota. That's right. Put the miles on the Toyota, not the. Don't wear your truck out.
I want to see what Dean said down there, because it.
Good way to start a fire? No, it's fine.
Because the radiator was filled with Japanese antifreeze and it blew the head gasket. It was an easy fix for a 7-kilometer vehicle made in San Jose and then exported to Japan and then sent to New Zealand. Oh, yours had Jap. That's the question I was going to have, and I asked this once before, and somebody answered it, and I don't recall the answer. What is the difference between Japanese antifreeze and standard American green antifreeze? Who knows?
Who knows?
I don't remember.
Who even knows? I'm going to do this, and I'm going to turn the camera. We'll get a little better that way. Hi, Mexican Spec. Yeah, I'm back for a minute. He's just getting the threads, chasing all the threads off the edge. When you cut them like that,
they're way too hot. I can't.
It's basically a Volkswagen. I don't think it's the same as a Volkswagen. They're different. I
They're
mean,
fancy VW.
It's a German car. It's German engineered, but it's not really.
You can't drink U.S. antifreeze. You can't drink Japanese antifreeze.
You know what? I thought they were making antifreeze that was non-toxic.
Non-toxic doesn't mean you can drink it.
I don't think it's recommended, but it's not supposed to kill you.
Can you turn the camera somehow so?
Perhaps not.
I'm not in the.
Well, I just turned it off that view. I'm going to skip ads since we're here. You guys don't get ads because we're here.
Still not in.
You got to scooch over this way. There you are. Why are you sitting so far over there?
Because
here,
I gotta just keep.
I'll turn the camera
and forever. This is stupid. Okay. Can't drink Mexican sex. The spec says the writing on the bottle. So you got more radioactivity.
They're trying to figure out what the difference between foreign antifreeze.
Comes in tiny bottles for tiny hands.
Hey, that's...
Well, some people have bigger hands. Some people have smaller hands. Asian people are generally smaller. Although, you know, like a sumo wrestler.
The averages, I think. I think the averages. It's always been the
sumo wrestler, though.
That's why everything's packed so tightly in Japanese cars.
And why do black people do so well in basketball? Because they're generally taller.
They're taller? They're not all.
No, they're not all, but generally.
But not generally, but.
Well, you don't find guys that are 7 foot tall that are white guys.
Well,
not many.
But they're not good at basketball.
Josh says you shouldn't drink any antifreeze. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, so.
You mean the recommended daily allowance of antifreeze?
So I really want to know the difference between the two of them. And I remember it was something that didn't matter if I put it in my non-Japanese car. But I got a gallon of it, or almost a gallon of it here, or did I use some of it?
I think it's under here.
But I paid a lot for that.
I think we already put some in there.
And I no longer, and it's 50-50. I bought 50-50 because I was putting it in the Mazda. Okay, so, I don't know.
Buddy says we should put the header on instead of the stock manifold.
Mexican Spec says the tallest guy ever was not black. Nope, he wasn't. I get pictures of him by a Russian or a Mongolian
was he any good?
Woman that was really small.
But were they any good at basketball?
He was a big guy. I remember seeing pictures of him with the smallest woman. Or maybe it's the tallest woman or the shortest guy, and he was sitting on her lap. I don't remember, some goofy picture like that. Dean Stevenson, it's not black people's fault because white guys cannot jump. I'm just saying.
No one say anything about fault. I don't think there was a
It's
fault.
not a fault. It's just...
No. It's just an observed, marginally, something you can sometimes see. It may be confirmation bias.
Okay, so...
there are more people who are black, who are tall, and also good at basketball.
Tallest guy I ever knew, though, was a white cop. They unbolted the seat for him and moved it back in the police car so he fit the thing.
And you did tell me.
And they took the cage away.
He wasn't that tall, though. He was like 6'10".
But he's like, I think he was 6'11" or something.
It's not even that tall.
He was almost 7 feet tall.
7 foot tall.
And he had big arms and everything, man. I mean, he put prisoners next to him, on the seat next to him. And nobody ever messed with him.
Oh, that really tall Russian woman.
Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. The really tall Russian woman.
Who was looking for a husband. Man.
Okay, let's see here. Ari says, isn't it like anti-corrosive property that makes the pink-orange green? Well, this is green. This is Asian green. And I don't know why. I mean, it looks just like green antifreeze from here.
See, I don't think it's probably that much different, but I think it's designed to meet standards.
I mean, the bottles they sell.
The Japanese stuff is meant to meet the Japanese standards.
I don't know what I mean. I mean, my Mazda said I had to use this.
That's right.
And it says, original equipment technology for Asian vehicles. So, anytime I'd add coolant for my Mazda, I used this. So I used about, I don't know, this much, because that's all it was ever low, and then I had almost a gallon of it left.
Mexican Spec doesn't think there's a difference. See, I think that, like, if you get caught putting the wrong stuff in, that they can say that it voids your warranty if you have corrosion problems, right? So if you're supposed to have red stuff in there, and they find green stuff, and your heater core is leaking, they're going to be like, oh, you used the wrong stuff.
Fukushima. I almost went there. Oh, man. I was out to test site work, and I could tell this story. So we were there, and I come in the morning, and there had been some problems. There were different contractors working there, and there was a government guy running the show, and the government guy is a real good guy to work for. But I was a contractor. So I had some little issue with the contractor company I worked for. So we had a briefing at 6 a.m. It was dark. So we get finished with the briefing. My boss, who's the government guy, comes over and he goes, come outside. I need to talk to you. And I'm thinking, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. So he says to me, can you go to Japan in 2 days? I say, yeah, why? He goes, we got to take a drone there, and we got to fly into Fukushima and take samples, air samples. But sure, I'll go.
Dr. Go said Robert Wildlow of Illinois died at 8'11" and still growing.
So anyway,
go ahead.
They set up 2 teams, and he said he wouldn't split the teams up. The other team was first out, I was second out. So I never went. But man, Fukushima, I thought I was going to get to go. I was really, really excited about that trip, but didn't get to go. Oh yeah, because they could void the warranty. I got so worried when Godzilla crashed US spec Capri 2600 on Godzilla versus LA. Okay.
They package it in different bottles, so when you go to find the stuff that fits your car, you can find the stuff that you know is right.
Kim's going swimming. I know what she's doing. See, when you're going to drain coolant, you get a big pan like that. Because then it all goes in the pan. It doesn't go a little bit in the pan and the rest of it go on the floor. Get a little kid's pool, and you collect all the coolant.
With your permission and acknowledgement, I want to drain the block.
Well, I don't know if I like your idea of draining the block. Are you going to try to undo something that's going to break off?
There's a drain plug here, and it sure doesn't look like it'll break off. It's just
Please don't break that plug.
Well, look at it. It doesn't look like it's going to break off. It's just a pipe plug.
It would have been a glowing reference on your resume. See, the thing was, I worked at a nuclear power plant. Yeah, I'll be right there. I worked at a nuclear power plant, and I had all the qualifications, and I understood the whole thing that was going to happen there. So I was not worried. The other team was highly worried about radiation, and I was ready for it. Okay, Kim, what are you going to... Yeah, that's probably going to... It's a pipe plug. It doesn't look like it's in there real far.
I mean, it'll...
It's that antifreeze on the backside.
Yeah.
And then the other possibility could crack the block.
No, it won't crack the block. Probably got some kind of effect going on it or something. Do you think I should I'll bring the camera over here.
So they can watch it break?
So they can watch it break or not break. All right, what's the over-under on the pipe plug coming out?
Is she gonna break something, twist it off, break the block, or is it just gonna come out?
Okay, there's 20 points in the pool, right? So
under the car.
There's 20 points. The over is good, affirmative, it will come out. The under is no, it won't. So place your bets on which side you're on, and I will distribute those 20 points to the winners.
The joke did not go over my head.
We haven't even tried to move it. It has not been moved in 47 years.
The joke did not go over my head. I understood it completely. I've heard so many radiation jokes in my life because of where I worked. I know all the radiation jokes. I know them all.
Wah, wah. We're getting it. You can wait. You can withhold your discretionary decision, what you think.
Well, what was really cool is we were going to be flying a big drone off a road that was 12 miles away and go fly through and take samples and come back. And then I was going to have to do maintenance on the vehicle, on the air vehicle. So, I was gonna have to suit up and everything, but I knew how to do all that, so I was fine. Okay, let's see. Your zoomeration.
I'm gonna get it zoomed in there.
Nothing, just comes out of a Ford engine. You're assuming it hasn't come out. Yes, it's never been out.
It does not appear to have ever been out. There she is. There she blows. Do I need more light? Can they see it?
You know what's going to happen.
This is why I just flush it. Well, the problem is I want to get the coolant drain down.
The coolant's not going to go in the...
Because I want to be able to wipe off the back part of the engine real good. And
there's coolant there.
There's coolant.
The coolant's not going to go in the pool.
Yeah,
it's going to fill the exhaust pipe.
No.
Okay.
No. Here.
It'd be long. I went through Mile Island, 27 miles west of my house.
Yummy. Does your water taste extra good?
You are worried about it now.
Well,
cover it up.
It's now that you said it.
Now that I said it.
Now that you said Now it'll splash off. All right. Did we get the over-unders? Did anybody even bet? So there's some no's. It's 20 points, guys. It's worth. There's like 20 people in the chat. At least Kim doesn't want to knock out a freeze plug. Yeah, I would use the vacuum cleaner before I would knock out a freeze plug. But I think this is
Mexican spec says it'll strip on the way out and the new one won't go back in.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't say that. Come on, Kim, let's take it out before the suspense is killing.
The suspense is killing.
It's fun. It's going. It's going.
Easy as pie. It wasn't even different.
The reason I wasn't worried about that too much is because it was a pipe. Yeah, just drain it down. Let it go. Yeah, it's going on that exhaust.
What a mess. That's probably important.
I almost don't want to put coolant in it. Of course, we can do this at Sykes, but
well, that's the other thing. That's why I wanted to.
We could put water in this now with a bottle of rust preventative.
Yeah.
And it'd be okay for summer. And then we get the Sykes thing after the race. We can.
It worked.
Change it with coolant.
All right. So, how many people thought it would come out? Nobody. Did anybody? You're all a bunch of not winners. All right, I'm gonna hit this with the wire brush and then put something on it.
Yeah, put a little anti-seize on it.
And the size that I used to get it off was 1/4 inch. It's just a 1/4 inch pipe plug. So if we want to drain it at the track, we know
it's an Allen. It's a hex, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mexican spec says I wouldn't let my kid play in that pool. Yeah, we didn't buy it for kids. Is there a lip on the cylinder wall? Kim said it was pretty good. There's a little carb in there, probably a little bit, but I'm not going to worry about it. This engine did not use oil. I'm not going to worry about it. This engine's going to be in here for another year, maybe.
What's he talking about?
If there's a ridge on the cylinder wall.
There is not.
Well, there's a little. I can feel a little bit of something.
Somebody took care of it. You don't know. There's a carbon ridge, but yeah, if you hit it with a razor blade, it's beautiful. That engine is low mileage.
Well, it's not low mileage, but
it is. It's low mileage. Someone took care of it.
Somebody changed the oil and did that.
Took care of it. Yep. I love it.
Straight Bullet says, does all this gambling down at the casino. Expect, do I win all 20 points? He said it was not going to come out, I thought.
Yeah, I think, yeah, if you had said the right answer, you'd won all 20 points. You didn't.
Okay, so who said it was going to come out?
Nobody.
Well, you're
whoever says it did, you better tell me right now. I'll have to look back.
I'm going to start fixing these studs because they're probably cooled off.
Yeah.
Something like that.
This way it's serviceable. That's why I'm messing with everything. You don't like it. You don't want to have to mess with stuff because then there's a chance of stuff getting broke. But I said twice it would come out eventually. It came out super easy. It was super easy. Couldn't have been easier. That's right, Josh. For the car's age, it's incredibly low mileage. And we were told that it was somebody's baby, that it was well maintained. And it stacks up. The old Prestone flush and fill kit, yes. My Dart has one of those on it. And I think one of my trucks has one of those on it. We're not worried so much about flushing because it has a new radiator in it and someone already flushed it. You can tell by how green and pristine the fluid is. But I wanted to get it out of there so I can use some solvent to rub down the cylinder head, or not the block. I want to rub the block surface down real good with some solvent, and I don't want to have antifreeze mixed with it. So I had to drain it down a little bit. And I want to be able to drain it down because at the track, you are not allowed to run antifreeze in a car that's going down the track, because if it were to puke antifreeze, it's incredibly difficult to clean off of the track surface. I think they have to use like fire. Is the only way to clean up antifreeze good, because they have like rubber. They surface the track with rubber, so that's extra grippy. And so antifreeze is like the worst thing. So they just prohibit it. You're not allowed to have antifreeze. So this way, I've got a little bit of Teflon tape and anti-seize on there. Oh, there's no flushed emojis. Mexican spec, you can have all the rain. Oh my gosh, we've had so much rain here. It's insane the amount of rain that we keep getting. I gotta get that out of the way. It's noxious. And did you see there was no clogging in the bottom of the block?
Are you talking to me?
I just started talking to you.
Okay, what'd you say?
I said the block wasn't all clogged up with anything.
That's good.
Flowed real nice. What you want to see?
Well, maybe it could bring it up.
Okay.
I just hate draining a cooling system at an event.
Well, however you want to do it, but we know we can. That's, the last thing you want to do is find out that it's going to mess up when you're trying to do it after the fact. Do whatever we do, now we know. And it's good that I put tape over it, because it would have gotten cooling in the exhaust system. It tried right away to go in there. Talk about simulations. I watched something earlier that speculated about everything being a simulation. This is a simulation. We're all playing a video game of our own lives. We're actually all some other being. We're not even human. We're just characters in a human world. Someday when you die, you're going to wake up in the alternate universe. And you can watch a replay if you want to watch. All your friends will have been watching. They'll laugh about some of the dumb decisions you made. Like, why did you do it that way? And you'll be like, I know, I should have done this, I should have done that. And you'll just log in and play again tomorrow, right? A lifetime per day, if you choose. Yeah, nothing is real. Make sure you're enjoying yourself at least. It's all a game. Don't stress. Don't do anything crazy, because everybody can see. Maybe. That's true, and the people is concerning. Yeah, and actually, everyone in the world, everyone that you know, everyone that you're speaking to, is you, is an alternate version of myself. I am you. You are me living in a different life. We're all the same person, just living in a different version of ourselves simultaneously. Everyone who ever was and everyone who ever will be. We're all just one person. They say that's God, but I'm not a God. I'm just a version of me. But if you put us all together at the same time, that's God. Yeah. When I wake up, Tim says, when I wake up, I hope all of my exes are in an alternate universe. Let's hope. Well, the good thing is, though, is when we're in the alternate universe, we're enlightened. We're enlightened. So we're not such, assholes or difficult stunts. Yeah. We know better when we're awake. We're like, oh yeah. Because sometimes we're just playing a character, right? Like, does anybody truly believe that that's how Donald Trump is? No. He's made up. He's a non-player character. He's like he's just a caricature of a person. There's a lot of people like that in your life. How can it be simulation when we all physically exist. How do you know? But do you really know that you physically exist, Lester LeSabre? Prove it. Prove it's not. 9/11 truthers, UFO nuts, and many others could be put in that category. Right, like flat earthers. Like how they're not real. Come
Hey,
on.
that's what I want.
They're not serious.
A bag of UFO nuts. Can you eat them?
UFO nuts.
Yeah, let's make some little UFO nuts.
Mm-hmm.
All we got to do is cross street some until they look like little UFOs.
Do you want me to show them what you're doing there, or are you moving around too much?
I'm not that little.
Are you moving around too
I'm
much?
working on an issue.
I'm entertaining the chat with my conspiracy theories about reality. I'm sorry if I blew anybody's mind. Hippie Long says, I truly believe humans can and will be stupid. Well, of course. It's a lot of work being smart all the time. And anybody can be smart about something, like the things that you know. But like if I take you out of your familiar and just stick you in somebody else's life, somebody else's world, it's very strange, right? Like we're out in the country, right? But you drop us in the middle of the big city, we're dumb. We don't know no big city stuff. And I've played around in the big city a little bit, but I know enough to know that I don't know. Big city stuff is big city stuff.
Something's wound around something.
Oh, everything's wound around everything.
That cord's wound around.
Big city people are nuts. They're crazy. They're so different. We can smoothen things out with the flat earthers. They're all right. They're just wrong. But are they? But are they? Bucko Campo swears that the earth isn't flat because he's seen it. The smooth brainers.
The earth is not flat.
See?
But anybody who looks at the sun can clearly see it's flat.
The sun is flat. That makes sense. You guys watching, you're just the press. You're not real people. Your job is to... I didn't say you weren't real. Yeah? I mean, we're either all real or we're all not real. Simultaneously. Right? Cabo says aliens have started taking cats now, looking for intelligent life. They gave up on humans. Yeah, they were taking cows for a while. Whales, dolphins, octopi. Oh, what's Ari saying about the Arctic Circle? Jim says he wishes he could have a different dream. He's tired of this old dream because it hurts every morning when he wakes up. I'm sorry, Tim. That's relatable. I struggle. Hippie Long says, I recommend clean the block off, check the valve seats. Oh, valve seals probably. Yeah, they're probably crispy. Especially the exhaust ones. They've been cooked repeatedly.
This is what happens. Rock Auto said that if I didn't hear from them within 2 weeks with that folded in half gasket, not to send it back. If they wanted it back, they'd tell me within 2 weeks. So that set has valve seals in it. So Saturday, which is 2 days from now, is the 2 weeks. If I don't hear anything by then, I'll probably steal a valve seals. Otherwise, I'll probably put the same ones back.
And inspect motor mounts. Yeah, we'll look at the motor mount, especially the one that's underneath the AC unit. It's real easy to get to right now. I'll have to take a look. Damn it.
Okay, does everybody see this? No, you don't have the camera.
Ari's chiming in on the flat Earth subject. The Arctic Circle. Yeah, it's a circle. I don't know how they explain that stuff away. They just have a weird map projection. I mean, I've never been off this continent. What do I know? It could all just be.
What I can't believe about the flat earthers is they say Antarctica's like a ridge all the way around, a ridge of ice all the way around the outside of the earth to keep the water from falling off.
Yeah.
It's like, really?
I mean, it could all be round earth propaganda. He could be in on it for all I know. What do I know? Miss One-Eyed Cat Wendy says, I can be a bitch at work and jump a cashier today. She almost hit my van and hit 2 other cars yesterday.
Almost don't count.
Don't you ever park next to me again. Oh, man. Don't know how to drive? Don't know how to park? That's scary. Tim wonders if they make WD-40 or PB Blaster for people joints. I think it's called like Asper Cream or something like that. Engay. Yeah, they do, Tim. But people.
It's called a knee replacement.
Uh,
This is stuck. Why?
oh, she didn't speak to you all night. Well, I mean, you can only shit. Some people just suck at things. I don't know. Is there any way you can help her? Does she not know how to use her mirrors or something like that?
Years.
Offer to help her practice parking a little better.
Parking by Braille.
Steen says while we're doing that, we can add bigger valves, a ported head, oversized pistons, and a 221 Argentina crank with Peugeot conrods. We'll get right on that, Dean. Yeah,
Hey, gods.
it's on order. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I think I'm gonna order a alternator for the 66 Dart because the alternator is not putting out adequate amperage at idle. And I think it's just not very good anymore. But those were only like a 20 amp alternator when they were new. So I think I need to. They're expensive now. The replacement ones. What's the problem?
I've got a pole. It has, it's not smooth. So I need to go down through it with the tap. Just tell me what's going on. I'm gonna walk past here. You got another contraption.
Wait, you need a tap? Oh, the threads are bunged?
Yeah, the threads are not good enough.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get by your contraption over here.
Just put a spoon in. Don't pester him too hard, or we're yanking this out and putting the Chevy in. He's got a Chevy 350 on the stand over there, and he's been itching to put it in the car. He'll do it. He'll do it. One night he will come up here, yank this motor, and do it. And then where will we be?
We'll be faster.
Yeah. You can go west, Dean. Life is peaceful there. Go west. Lots of open air. Go west, young man. Haven't you been told California's full of whiskey, women, and gold? Ari says if he goes more than 3 miles further west, he's in the damned ocean. Well, don't drive your car into the ocean.
Dean, do you have a boat?
Tim says there's room in there for a Coyote crate engine.
I don't have a Coyote crate. I have a Chevy 350.
Olive says Spoon builds great engines. I do not know who you're referring to. Have you ever heard of a Spoon engine?
Spoon?
Yeah, like the kitchen utensil. Josh Hillman says, yes, but a Chevy engine in a Ford car is just wrong. It's some kind of
Done it before.
non-binary gender thing, and I don't think it's legal in all states, so I think you have to be careful.
The last time I did it was also in a Mercury. It was in a Cougar. Everybody's seen that car.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to get its birth certificate. You have to get the title changed, or else it's not allowed to use the bathroom in some states.
You know, here in Tennessee, if you paint your car a different color, you're supposed to go in and tell them.
See?
Put it on the registration.
It's the same
You
thing.
think I'm going to do that?
You have to get its birth certificate changed. And passport, the whole thing. Mexican Spec says, do you want all that fabrication, though, Buff? It's going to be exhaust, engine mounts, drive shaft, transmission cooler lines.
Yeah, I don't know. I've done it before. Not really.
Transmission mount, radiator mount, hoses.
Oh, yeah, the radiator. Get a whole different radiator.
Probably a different fan setup.
The radiator connections are completely opposite.
The wiring is pretty trivial, actually.
Yep.
Josh got a Haas CNC ad. That's cool. Is it for a machine? Or is it a service that does CNC work? Kevin Smith, the prodigal son has returned, says, sup, all? Welcome in, Kevin. Ari's here. We've got 3 moderators here. You know, it must be sort of a slow night for moderators and other. You guys are all available. Usually you're all too darn busy. Tim got another Harbor Freight Toolbox ad. Harbor Freight is always running ads on our channel. Thank you, Harbor Freight, for paying for all our kilobits per second. Tava said, that's Buff's specialty, fabrication. He'd be right at home. I mean, it's on brand for our channel, right? Dulich does this stuff every week in his old hot rods. I mean, it's hot rod and stuff. Putting the Chevy motor in a Ford. I mean, we could just get a Ford motor for it.
And that was the deal back in the flathead days. You see this shit. They made an adapter to a Ford transmission, which is a bell housing.
We do have a Ford transmission for it, and we do have a Ford oil pan and K-frame for it. So if we got like a 302, but we don't have that motor built. That's why I want to put the Chevy in, because the Chevy's already a running, proven motor.
I'd love to have a 350.
Mexican Spec says, my channel is Kim Fixes Things, not Kim Makes Things. And that's a fine line between fixing and making. I make it and it's broken, so then I have to fix it. Just because I made the original part doesn't mean I am not fixing it. I break a lot more stuff than I fix. I mean, it could be just Kim breaks things. We just cut out the middle. Buddy says the easy way is to buy a car with a V8 already in it.
All those are rusty.
All the ones he was looking at were way overpriced or rusty, but yeah, it would have been easier. How much was that blue car that Mexican Spec had that you looked at that you really liked?
15 grams? I don't know.
It was like 15.
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that much. It was, all I remember was it was more than what I had. And yeah. I couldn't do it.
And we'd have had to go get it. And yeah, it was more than we had. This we slowly built up. Plus, what's the content in that? Instead of Kim fixes things or Kim breaks things, it's Kim gets stuff. There's plenty of somebody gets stuff channels.
Nobody's watching what I'm doing. I look over there, I think everybody's watching this. I'm trying to stay out of the way of the camera, and the camera's not even on.
Mexican Spec says there's nothing wrong with a 6-cylinder as long as you don't mess with it. Oops. Sorry, everybody. Wave your hand around, see if it's live or if it's froze up. Oh yeah, it's on.
Okay, well, I just put this on, this manifold, with all these studs, and then, which I'm in the way,
Yeah, you have to work on the other
just
side.
a second.
Or I can turn it around.
I had to grab parts of there. And then, what'll go on here?
Do you want me to turn it all the way around?
No, I'm not gonna final assemble because we still have to put a gasket on. Don't want to do this out here. We got to take this thing over to the wash rack and clean it all off.
Look at that. They're all on there.
They're all on there now.
Very nice.
So this one has to come in and out after you put the manifold on because it's got this stupid thing and it hangs up. It doesn't work.
So this thing, we need to plug it off anyways because the manifold's cracked in there. Did you see it?
No.
So this is like a heat riser tube.
Manifold's cracked.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me this? What are we doing all this work for?
Well, it works fine. It's just the heat riser tube's no good because the way the manifold is there's a hole. It comes from here and it goes through the center divider.
It
comes out here.
sucks hot air through it.
Right, but the problem is going to be there's going to be exhaust pressure in there, and it's going to blow hot air into the carburetor, which is
I
garbage.
didn't know this.
So we just need to like pinch this off, and then stick a screw or something in there. You can't use that heat driver. It's basically all that's wrong.
I didn't know it was cracked. I would have been putting headers on it by now.
Take it off and look at it. You're going to take it off anyways, right?
Yeah.
Clean the surfaces.
You didn't tell me that.
Buddy Carfona says nothing wrong with a 6-cylinder for daily driver. No, I mean it's actually it runs really well, like really well. Like my Slant 6, it runs real good. It's a fun car. It's economical to own. Parts are reasonable. Insurance is very reasonable. You go by the VIN and they can tell that it's a 6-cylinder, so then you get a decent rate on your insurance. I don't know on these older cars. I don't know. These cars are old enough that we get classic car policy and it kind of costs what it costs. I don't know. Does it cost a lot more to have a V8 car?
Who saw Frizzell's video about his insurance problems?
Did you guys hear that? Who saw about the guy who has insurance? Who is it? Brazil. Who's that?
Frizzell Racing. He's the one that has that white 63 Ford that's fast, big block Ford. He's into, all the FE engines. But he has a 68 Ford wagon. Drop parts. His wife went on power tour.
Oh, right.
The first day, before they got started, some woman rear-ended and bent the shit out of the tailgate and did some other damage. So they were able to fix enough that they went on power tour and the tailgates get crinkled. So he comes back, insurance company, Haggerty, they had a on value of the car, which he should have raised, and he knows that now. But it's too late, so it was $6,000. So the insurance adjuster came out and looked at it and claimed the rear bumper was bent, and said that was worth $3,000, and the tailgate to fix. They ran a bill up a crazy amount and said the car's totaled. So they want to give him a check for $6,000 and they keep the car. And he's like, no, this is an almost perfect car. It's got a tailgate, got a crinkle in it. And the exhaust pipe was bent over a little bit. And then they said that it needed rear quarters and it needed a new gas cap filler. And he goes, there's nothing wrong with the quarters. Nothing's bent. Nothing wrong with the gas cap. Oh, and they said it needed side marker lights. The car never had side marker lights on it because you can see the taillights from the side. So he's really upset about it. So they gave him two choices. They give him $6,000 and they keep the car, or they give him $6,000 and they give him a what do you call it? A title, a bad title. What do you call that? Salvage title. Well, then he can't get insurance on it. So he's negotiating. It really sucks. Anyway, watch this video. He tells the story.
Yikes. Kevin Smith, all of the studs were extracted and the original threads are in, except one, it's a little off center, but
we got it. It's fine. It works.
they all have threads. They're all factory size and location.
Where is this crack? Tim, show me where the crack is.
Okay, I'll bring them in so they can see.
Is that what this little thing is right here?
Yeah. Exactly what I'm talking about. That's
Right there.
yeah, I'm right in the fence.
Well, that's where exhaust gasket goes there. There's a big bump right there. So we need
There's no exhaust gasket.
oh, it's a big hole like this.
Yeah. Now
So-
show them again.
There's a crack right here. It goes into this tube that
Oh,
goes.
they can't see. Can't see. Gotta show the people.
You could grind that down a little bit, make it nice and fresh. I could probably put some brass.
Let me brush it off so it's visible.
I didn't know that was there.
Well, I thought you did.
How would I know that?
I don't know. You would have looked at it. Yeah, I did most of the cleanup. I forgot.
You didn't tell me.
You know, there's a spot right here too where the gas is free, or the surface is really packed up.
Maybe we need to buy one of those expensive gaskets. I don't know.
That's the heat. The heat riser goes right through that tunnel, and it's swollen and cracked. So, okay,
You say we need to take this out and press something in there, some solid thing in there.
well, we could just crimp it off or block it off so that.
Or grind the shit out of that. Put some brass in it, but that'll probably come out of it.
Well, what's the advantage to put brass in there?
Nothing. It's just
Feels like the thing you
I
like.
didn't know we had this problem. Now I'm looking at it. Oh.
See, the
Oh.
gasket just goes around here, and then this is right there, and it gets heated. And then this is the choke riser, because there's a hole tunnel through there. But look how old this is. This is not coming out. Like there's no reality in that for being able to remove that. I don't know. Maybe we should put the headers on.
After all this,
What do you mean after all this? We
look at all these studs that are right length and everything.
I don't know.
And you think you can get that thing out of there?
No, it won't come out of there.
Well, if you pinch that off, it's going to leak exhaust. Right? And how are you going to plug this up? You know,
Tap it, throw something in there. Come on.
oh, it's some hillbilly shit. All right.
Block it off. That's what people do when that stuff goes bad. They just block it off. It's got an electric choke on it anyway.
I know we're not going to use it. It's just I didn't know it was broke. One more thing.
One more thing.
Okay, this is a bad spot. I'm going to take this off. We got to get the head off the table.
JB Well. No, that's like right in the path of the exhaust.
Yeah. Don't they make high temp JB weld for like 1,500 degrees?
If the casting didn't survive, JB Well is not going to survive.
Can you help get this head off?
Where are we going?
Just out of the way. I need this table.
Alright, let me put this cardboard down.
Some we're not going to trip over. We'll probably trip over. Let's not go too far. But, let's do it over here. Now I got my hands all completely fouled.
go. You're out, folks. No matching bit. No, there's nothing in between. That it's wide open on the cylinder head. Our camera is freaking out. No, it's okay now. It's okay.
Oh, it probably was.
Main camera's getting hot. It's being all right now. Sorry.
Got any ideas how to cut that?
Buddy. Cut.
Tube that you go on. Oh, just die grinder draw.
Yeah, the mini die grinder will work just fine. You want to do that now?
Yeah, I want to finish this thing.
Okay.
Ah!
Mexican Spec wants to know which car Fraggle had.
The 1968 Ford Ranch Wagon that he just painted.
The 68 Ford Ranch wagon that he just painted, he says.
It's kind of a nice looking car.
Nice looking car. Just got painted.
Brazil
Max headroom. Here, I'll blow on it. I'll give it a little boost here. It doesn't. It was warm, yeah. I gotta put a heat sink on that. Heat sink. The one in the house, it runs for hours, never does that. Oh, I'm a little dizzy from blowing in there. Hippie says, I personally think you should price a header. We have a header. We do have it. Kevin hates when it's done and still leaks. Man. What motor is that? It's the Ford 200. It's a 1978 Ford 200. Yes. Pit Sniper Husker. Welcome to the stream.
Who's there?
What are we breaking? This is Buff's 78 Ford Mercury V7. Here, let me give you the tour for a second. It's a box body Ford.
Where's the soap?
It's actually in really good shape, and I fucked it up.
So I need to get.
You do?
I'm trying to get the soap. Yeah. I need soap.
Acetylene torch. Okay, I'll get it for you. Is it getting heart surgery right now? I don't know, maybe. Oh, it's in really good shape. We come from Texas. We went down to Dallas, Texas, and bought it from the guy, and it got just over 100,000 miles on it. 47-year-old car with 100,000 miles on it. The interior is real nice. It shows wear, but not like, not 47-year wear. Admitting is the first step. Yeah, that's the first step to healing. Is admitting. Phantom mode? JB Weld? Hey, before you do that,
Or you will. A little brass right there. Come down. The other side will have to tap it. Right.
What I was thinking, if I zip cut this whole bitting off, and then we run a drill through there, we just put a bolt through there with the nut washer on both sides. That'll plug the whole damn thing off. You okay with that idea?
Yeah, fine. I mean, there's always multiple ways to get a job
There,
done.
there's absolutely is. I'm not saying your way is better.
I just
or
don't
worse.
want this. I don't want this to fall.
Okay.
So let's get this. Oh, it is stable. Okay, it's stable.
Stable. I
I'm
want.
gonna get out of your way while you're doing it. I'm gonna come over here. I'm thirsty. Getting wibbly wobbly. Time to.
Yeah. Take a break then.
There's a lot of cords. Hoses.
Pace yourself. This takes as long as it takes. We don't get paid by. Shoot, we have airtime we have to fill, right?
We don't get paid by what?
We have to be here.
We don't get paid.
Doesn't
by
matter what we're working on.
I didn't know we got paid.
Well.
Oh, when did this start?
You know. It's all relative, isn't it? So I'm going to take this little jobby off completely, and then we're just going to put the bolt all the way through, out both ends.
I'm gonna make me a drink. Dragon fruit.
Dragon what?
Dragon fruit.
What's a dragon?
Here's a pin. Kim found this pin. 51 Mustang. Airplane that I get a lot of work.
Alright, guys, I'm going to make noise.
She's gonna make noise. Are you out of? You are way out of focus.
Whoa, that's not wrong.
That's pretty close right there. Is that gonna make sparks on me? No, you're a long way through.
When in doubt, cut it out.
I'm reading from Pit Snipe Husker, and he says Pit will do. So okay, yeah, but that's interesting. He's a Navy guy. I was in the Air Force for 10 years, and then I worked for the Navy for NavAir for a long time as a contractor. So, okay. Then you're going to cut the other side off as well, or drill. Drill.
There's just a hole on the other side.
So that's going to be a long drill. I'm sure we have drills that long. I don't know.
I mean,
We just can't break a drill bit off in there.
We just have to find something that'll go through there that size. Oh, it's all plugged with carbon.
Oh yeah, it had side reflectors. They said it needed new side marker lights. So maybe it had reflect. Did it have reflectors? Separate ones? I don't know. Did you look at his Mexican Spec? Did you look at his wagon? It's a really nice looking wagon. And what happened was he got rear-ended. Somehow the fan took a bite out of the radiator, probably when the engine moved or something in the rubber mounts. So he ended up putting a, and you're out of focus, something fierce. Kim, way out of focus. It's better, I guess.
No, it's not.
That's a tap grub screws in both sides. Okay, Tava, what's a grub screw? Oh yeah, they hit the exhaust. That's exactly what happened. Well, and what really sucks is I left them a comment. What about her insurance? Police said they weren't gonna deal with that. They said just deal with your insurance company, and your insurance company will deal with her insurance company. So he did what the police told him to do, which kind of backfired on him. So, Pitt, where'd you serve? What were you on, a carrier, or what were you on? So all the Navy guys I worked with, because I worked with a lot of Navy guys that were contractors after they got out, and they were aircraft guys that had worked on carriers, and they were some of the best mechanics I knew. Because the Navy, unlike the Air Force, the Navy wasn't as specialized, so they really.
That was stuffed in there. It's like steel wool or something.
Somebody else has been there before. Oh, I know, that's like a little air cleaner thing. So anyway, it was Haggerty Insurance. It was. Oh, Pitt, where are you? We had thunder boomers here last night. Knocked most of a tree down and knocked other big limbs down and knocked our internet out. Made a mess, but we got it somewhat better now. You know, Kim, they're in that red cabinet over there, the one that's open. There's some long drill bits in there of various.
The problem's not a drill bit. The problem is I don't have a bolt or anything long enough to go through
to put in there.
Tiny size. It's
well, that's what I say.
Than this.
Drilled. Oh, I thought you were going to drill it out to about that size, but okay.
Do you think I need to drill the main hole?
I don't know.
I just Let's want to put something small through there.
Drive shaft. Dean Stevens says the drive shaft poleaxe, the Windsor 302 into the radiator, breaking the engine mounts forward enough to hit the 68 Thunderbird radiator. Aluminum radiators are bigger. Except he didn't have a 302 in that, did he? He could have, because just about everything he has FE big lots in it. Oh, a grub screw is a set screw. Oh, okay. That's is that Australian or is just something I don't know?
If I had set screws, I'd stick them in there right now.
We don't have any set screws. USS Kearsarge. Amphibious assault carrier. 1,300 sailors and 2,500 Marines. LCAC hovercrafts up the butt and Harriers on the deck. Okay. Man, the guys that I knew that were, most of the guys I worked with, it was that era where they had been F-14, what's the Navy call them? Forget the term because I was Air Force. We called them crew chiefs. They called them, can't think of what the Navy called those guys. But they were pretty good mechanics. Good people to work with. Dean says, named after a grass scrub like an alien screw. Dean, okay, so he had a 302 in that. I didn't know. I just assumed because of the because of the because of him, it would be an FE engine. Yeah, the Pentagon kind of has this Navy stuff figured out. 80% of defense budget will do that. It belong not, yeah, the Tomcat, but they call them plane captains. We call them crew chiefs. But the Air Force is much more specialized. They have all these specialties. Well, on a carrier, you can't have that many shops and that many specialties. So the people have to be much more well-rounded and be able to work on more things. So I was a jet engine mechanic and in the Air Force for 10 years. So we were quite specialized. And we had sheet metal people and we had hydraulics people and avionics people, all these different kinds of specialties. The crew chief was not really a specialist, but the crew chief would bring specialists in. But what I noticed in the Navy was those people were nowhere near as specialized, and because of that, they were highly skilled individuals. Crew chief sounds right to me. I was 9 stories down from those fellas, so okay. I've only been on a carrier once, and it's the what's the one that's on display in San Diego? The Midway. I've been on the Midway once, and I've been on that deck and seen where they have airplanes on display there now. But I've seen where they work on the airplanes, and it's pretty interesting stuff. Dean Stevenson, 4 guys are pragmatic stuff. I mean, he had a 350 small block sitting around like you, but yeah, but you know, Frizzell is an FE guy, you know. Have you seen his 63 Ford? Oh, man. What is that? That's a 427 with cross bolts and everything, I think. Well, I'm going to, you know, he was at No Name Nationals. I didn't meet him, and this year I'm going to make a point of meeting him because just because I was an old FE Ford guy, you know, like 45 years ago. Next is spec. Haggerty does not have a listing for the 68 Ranch Wagon, so here are the values for a 69 Country sedan with 302. Next is spec. Country sedan, number 1. Oh, it doesn't matter what the value is. It doesn't matter what the value is because it's an agreed upon value when you buy the insurance. So you agree with Haggerty. Haggerty makes an agreement with you, what you say the car is worth, and they base your premiums on that. So he had agreed that it was a $6,000 car. But then he continued to work on it and painted it and fixed it all up and made it what it was. And the value on those cars has gone up, and he put a lot of work into it. And he didn't change the value with Haggerty. So with Haggerty, it was worth $6,000 because that was the agreed upon value. So that was a mistake. Pitt says, plane captains, yes, but but I worked with Marines and helos and Harriers. The Marines use the term crew chief too. Oh, and that's possible too. I worked with a lot of Marines as well. See what I did? I worked in a test facility in flight testing. So when we get an airplane to the point where it was ready to if it was ever ready, and some of them were, move on to be deployed or to go into service, we trained the original crews that became the instructors. So I trained a lot of Marines on aircraft that went to the Marines, and I trained a lot of one of those airplanes went to the Marines, and it also went to it was a aircraft that was deployed with Air Force and Navy together, if you can believe that. And there weren't a lot of them. So I trained Air Force and Navy together as a team, which was that was really different. It was kind of fun. And Marines. And then I worked with the Army later on a different aircraft. So I worked with all the services. Really, it was kind of fun. The Navy guys that had been on carriers were always, they were skilled individuals. It says, we carried Bush Sr.'s Corsair from Homestead, Florida to New York City Naval Museum. It's on the flight deck of the USS Intrepid in Manhattan. Oh, really? Dean, I always whine B5 foam, BFE fold 5 thumb up in every line. I really like those engines. He agreed to $6K, but that was before he fixed the car, and he should have increased the value on the insurance. And he said that he should have increased it before he went on power tour, but they were in a hurry and he didn't do it. No true FE guy would put up Chevys. Here's the deal. I had FE Fords around, lots of them, Tri-Power, all that kind of shit.
Now they're getting under your skin.
And you know what? It's all gone. That was 45 years ago. I moved on. I was transferred all over the place with the military and everything. All those engines are gone. You know, if you on Kim, I use aluminum foil as thread tape if needed with your bolt. Oh, man. I got to start packing for all. Oh, this is One-Eyed Cat, so she's got to go start packing for Ohio. Okay, take care. Have a good night. T. Stevenson, hippie long. I know, Buff. Let's put a small block 327 in his Mustang. Nope, it was in a Cougar. Not in a Mustang. It was in a Cougar, very much like a Mustang. Next time to see Bobby on live, I'll tell him you only have to put a 350 Chevy into it. No, I always thought that's a perfect car for an FE Ford. I just assumed it was an FE. Raw Dog, good evening. How you doing? Okay, so this fur, staying stock and original. Yeah, right now I'm just going to run the 200 cubic inch 6 in it. What happened was, a lot of people in here know this whole story. I had a Mazda 6. It was a fairly new car. Got a wreck, and some guy ran me off the road. I mean, he smashed into me purposely, ran me off the road. Just some a-hole. So his insurance paid for my car, but of course it wasn't enough to replace it. So I decided I didn't want to buy a high the Mazda 6s I found that I had enough money for then. The lowest mile one had 160,000 miles on it. I'm not going to buy a newer car with 160K on it, and all this electronics and everything. You know that's going to be nothing but trouble. So I decided to buy an older, simple car that is not full of electronic modules and CAN buses and all that nonsense.
Turn that side camera off.
So I bought this Mercury Zephyr Z7.
The top scene.
So I bought this Z7. We're moving cameras around and stuff. So anyway, now we had some maintenance to do on it. It's a pretty good car. There's no rust on it. It was kept in a garage near the Dallas, Texas area, so it was pretty good. So, but as with any 47-year-old car, there's some things that need to be done. It had an exhaust leak. Kim decided to take the exhaust manifold off and put an exhaust manifold gasket on it one night when I was sleeping. She worked on it all night, but she broke a bunch of bolts off because they're frozen in the head. Because, you know, it's 47 years old. Bolts get stuck. So we pulled the head off, drilled the bolts out, re-tapped them, all this kind of stuff. Now I got studs in it. We got to put it back together. So that's what happened. So for the next at least year, or maybe almost a year, I'll run around with a 6-cylinder in it. And there's a race, No Name Nationals. We all go to this every year. It's for YouTube content creators. And there's a whole bunch of us with fairly stock 6-cylinder cars, and we're all going to race each other. And then the fast cars will also race, but there's a bunch of us that are going to race our 6-cylinder.
I don't want to go down the track next to a car that's twice as fast as me anyways.
Kim has a 6-cylinder 66 Dodge Dart, you know, a slant 6. So she'll be there. There's somebody else with the slant 6. There's Dallas, who's the president of the AHRA. One of his cars is a 78 Buick. I don't know, it's a really clean Buick, but it's got a little V6 in it that's 198 cubic inches. So he said he'd race me. I don't know. We're all going to have some fun with it this year.
Right.
So anyway, that's what this is all about.
It's not about who's fastest. It's just going out and having a good time.
Rossa says, wowza. What did Dean say? John from sent me Chevy in your Corsair plane. Yeah, I don't know. It says, I was just asking because the Offenhauser headers for the L6s are great. I got a set of headers for this car, but I don't see any sense in putting them on there really because the ports on this, see this intake manifold is all cast into the head. And the ports are tiny and they go every which direction. You can't really port it. So why bother, you know? I guess it might run a little better with the headers, but yeah. Eventually this engine's coming out. I'd like to put a 351 Windsor in it, but yeah, I could put my 350 Chevy. I put Chevys in Fords before. Jeez, I put a Pontiac Iron Duke in a Dodge Dart one time and drove it around for years. Pulled the slab 619 out and put the Pontiac Iron Duke in, and I had everything going except the alternator. It had some wiring issues. A friend of mine fixed that. Then I drove it around. It was great. I had to crank the torsion bars way down because it was so much lighter in the front end. Car handled pretty good with that engine.
Compared to the worn out 6.
Buddy says a real hot rodder use whatever parts they have. Yeah.
That's it.
I've done that. Tim says, how's the driver's door window now? Yeah, the window was broken. We fixed it. It broke. So we went in there and found all the problems, put new channels, you know, the little rubber channels, all that shit in there. Tim put it all together. There were some other little issues with a piece in there that had cocked like this. When you slam the door, it was like a hard piece of metal. The window would hit it. So she got that all blueprinted in there. It all works great. So yeah, I've got a nice window now.
I fixed something.
Dean says Offie headers are great, except on 250 Granada or Fat Stang Mustang 6s. I don't know. I got a brand new set of headers in the trunk. I may sell those if somebody wants them. I saw what's her name up there in Canada? I was just talking about it. Katerina just put a set of those headers just like mine on her Mustang. But she's gonna run. You know, she's working in a place that has a dyno, so she's gonna dyno it. So we'll learn something from her. What those headers do.
What are they worth?
Because she's running a before and after.
What is that header? Is it a 2 outlet or?
Yeah. Look just like mine.
So that, but I mean, that you'd have to make a whole new exhaust.
Right. She has dual exhaust on hers. So mine, yeah. Then I got to put exhaust on it. If you want. And Buff has a Fairmont parts car screaming for a 351 Windsor and twin turbos. No. That car's a parts car. And I'm pulling parts off it. It also has the cross member for the V8. So that cross member may end up in this car.
See.
And I've got it came with a C4 automatic that's for the V8. So I may get a if I find a deal on a 351 Windsor, I'll probably put that in here. I mean, that'd make a hell of a car. I had one of these before with a 302 in it that I built. It was not stock, but it wasn't some screaming engine. And it was really fun because these aren't that heavy, you know. Let's see if it's like a pin says, oh, yeah, my bad, the integrated intake head. It's been a while, yeah. Hippie, I just tease you, Buff, like all makes and models. Yeah, I used to be a Ford guy all the way, like back when I was 16 years old, 17. But I started learning there's good cars and bad cars from every manufacturer, and I like them all. I like all the good ones. Dean, my last one was in '89. I don't remember struggling with the starter. Yeah, the 200, the starter's up high. The 250, the starter's down low like a V8. I don't know if that's the same. I've heard it's the same bell housing as the 250, but I don't know. But I've got one anyway. I got to turn my noisemaker on my phone off. I had it cranked up while Kim was gone, and I forgot to turn the ringer off. That's why I was making noise. Do you want pinstripe any projects?
I had to tap these souls quarter 20.
Mexican spec. They don't cross over models in Mexican cars nobody has seen before. Yeah, that's one thing. If I'd had the money, I would have bought that Mustang for Mexican spec, that blue one. I just didn't have the money. How much was that Mexican spec? I said 15 grand. I think it was like 11, wasn't it? It was a Mexican 302, which is a better engine, I think. Mexican 302 with a 4-speed or 5-speed manual, 5-speed manual maybe. Really, really clean, bright blue Fox body Mustang. You still have that for sale? It says, I grew up at my dad's machine shop back in Napa. In the back of a Napa, I turned the 250 cubic inch into an irrigation power unit, sold it to the ranch I worked for, and paid for my 400 small block when I was 16, 74 Nova. Man, I had a 400 small block, but I sold it. Actually, it was a trade deal. When I got rid of the Cougar, I had a Cougar, 67 Cougar with a 327 Chevy in it, cross ram and everything. It was a pretty cool car. But I also had a small block 400 sitting there at the same time. And big boy, it's a big old trade deal, 3-way trade deal. I ended up with 2 cars and a bunch of money, so I wasn't unhappy. Although I kind of hated to see that car go. Kevin Smith may be surprised we have folks from all over the globe. Yeah, we do. Oh, my camera's going. Getting hot again. Kim drilled holes in that camera so I can blow air through it, cool it off. It says the other nephew has a 93 Dakota. It probably has leaking intake. Kim, what year's your Dakota?
I think it's 85.
85 Dakota. Kim has 85.
87. I think it's 85 because it's still just a 5-bolt.
It's a what?
It's a 5-bolt pattern on the wheels. They changed the Dakotas to that 6-bolt thing.
Is that the one you started the engine on it with the carburetor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she converted that from a injection to a carburetor.
Yeah, it's just a 4-cylinder. It's a good car.
Yeah, it's 4-cylinder.
Good little truck. It's kind of cool.
Hippie long. So is a Mustang 8.8 a direct bolting? Yes. Fox body Mustang. I don't know about the SN. What's it called? SN95 Mustangs. I think they bolt into, but I'm not sure. No, but I have an 8.8 in that parts car, and it will go in this car eventually. You know, when I V8 this car. But that 8.8, somebody put it in there that was going to race that car. So I don't know if it's I don't know what ratio it is or anything. Somebody's been into it before. So I'm going to have to take it apart and find out what it is. Dean Stevenson, my standard welcome emoji is a kiwi, fruit, and a tick. You know, here, Dean, a tick is like a little animal that burrows into your skin and sucks the blood out of you. But I think a tick down there is like a check mark. Tick. Oh, does that sound funny? Mexican Spec says it's still available. Somebody get a nice deal on that thing. Maybe guys 9 decks down went over my head too. I'm in the roaring 40s. Oh, this is the car Mexican Spec that I'm talking about, Mexican Spec. So I'm going to click on that and I'm going to look at it. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm making the computer mad looking at your picture. Yeah. Buddy says a garage I worked for had a Dakota convertible as a shop truck. Oh, that must have been interesting. Kevin had a Cougar. First time he was married. She was 15 years older than me. I had a Cougar, but it was like a Mustang. Like Dean said, it was like a Mustang. We are in, we're near Clarksville, Tennessee. We're south of Clarksville, but not a large distance. We're, which is kind of north of Nashville, if you know where Nashville is. And you said, where are you? I'm trying to remember. I think you said where you're from, but now I don't remember. My suggestion is keep the Z sled stock disc, and go nuts on the Fairmont. Save the stock parts, but go full Bob Glidden tribute. I don't know. This is a pretty nice car. This is going to be, I'm 71 years old. You know, how many more years am I going to be driving? I need a decent car to drive, so this is going to be it. Oh, you're in Nebraska. Oh, is 38 here tonight? There's a guy 38 Racing that's in here a lot. I don't think he's here tonight. He's a Nebraska guy. He's a 59 Chevy guy. He's got 1959 Chevys and Corvairs, and I don't know. He lives on a farm. He's like a farmer kind of guy that builds cars. And his 59 Chevy, I think his father bought it brand new, and I think it's the same one he still has. Next expects $11,727 at today's exchange rate, plus a tariff. Well, what's the is there tariff on single purchase things like that? I don't know if there is. I know, like if you buy a container full of stuff, there is, but I don't know all the tariff laws. So, 11 grand for that car. I'll have that in this one by the time we're done screwing around, you know. So, that Mustang's pretty nice, man. Mexican spec says, yeah, the tariff has to be paid. Mexican spec says 27.05% in total. Why is it so high? I thought it was 10%. It says I repaired dump trucks and earth moving equipment for my brother-in-law. Yeah, way cheaper Mustangs here, but not like that. That's a 27.5. Yeah, but that's a very nice Mustang. Non-smog, doesn't need to be smogged. 302, Mexican 302, which I think is a stronger block. It's a 5-speed, right? And that thing is extremely clean, man. You know, I looked all over for Mustangs up here, Fox Body Mustangs, and any of them worth a darn more money than that. And most of them had some rust on them. So I think that's a pretty good deal for a Mustang. I just didn't have the money. If I had the money, I would have been.
Did you open that page? Did you reclose it already?
I did. Why? What'd you want to do?
Well, I could show it.
Oh, he put the link up there. Everybody can look at it. So you guys remember when the mini truck guys were cutting off their roofs and making convertible hardtops? I do remember that. So I assume that's what who said that? Buddy Carfano said that they had that at the shop. I figured that was that, but did they make those stock like that? Yeah, Mexican 302 is a pretty nice engine. Dean says it's 10% for New Zealand, but you're not getting anything to the USA for New Zealand. Mexican spec says the tariff is 25%. It was already 2.5% before. I thought it was 10. What did I do that for? So they added 25%. On used vehicles. That's not nice. The Dakota was a factory convertible. Okay. Dean, Kiwis negotiated from day one. Yeah, but You know, I sold airplanes for years, and I sold more airplanes to New Zealand than any other country other than the U.S. So we exported more airplanes to New Zealand than anywhere else. And I think there was a 10% there going into New Zealand. And that was back in the, well, that was early 2000s. That was 04, 05. Ah, it's early, probably 03, 04, 05, 06 in there. I sold, man, I sold a lot of airplanes to a dealer in New Zealand. And I know there was an import tax there going that direction from here to there. So it was probably equal coming back, I guess. I don't know. Yes, the Dakota was made by Dodge Convertible. They saw what people were doing and copied it. Yeah, they call that crew cut minis. I worked for a company for a short period of time making patterns, fiberglass patterns for roll pans. You know, the roll pan that replaces the bumper on all the mini trucks. I did a lot of those, and they had C4 Corvette taillights in them. So I made a lot of those patterns for those things. And they pulled molds off when they sold fiberglass parts. Man, I'm trying to think of the name of that company. They were in. They're in Arizona. Can't think of the name of the company. I think they're still around. Can't think of the name of that company. And I did that back in the 90s. Let's see, Dean says, because it's 10% for the other Eagle 44 like New Zealanders. Yeah, I think it was 10% going into New Zealand. There were places I really had a hard time selling airplanes. Canada was one of them. We went to all the trouble to certify the airplane in Canada, and they had a 25% import tax. So I think in all those years, 15 years, I think I was able to sell 6 airplanes to people in Canada, which made that whole certification cost huge money. And then I couldn't sell any airplanes there because of their import tax was so high. And then one Canadian bought one, and he drove it into Canada, and he lied about what he paid for it at the border. The border guards aren't stupid. They had him get out of his truck. They searched the truck. They found the receipt, and then they charged him $3,000 fine. Plus, they charged the import duty or tax, whatever they called it in Canada. He was really upset. So don't lie to the border people. Let's see. Pitt says, I got an Odyssey that I need to make time for. An Odyssey? Like a Honda? That's a truck? Or like a little off-road thing? What was the Honda Odyssey? There was a four-wheel Odyssey? You know, Odyssey, I think. And then there was a Odyssey that was like a van or an SUV or something. It's hard to get a nice car cheaper here. It's been for sale for 50 weeks, and if they don't get their price, they keep it. Yeah. Yeah, mini trucks. I wish the mini truck thing had come back because, man, I don't like those huge trucks going down the road. You know, it's so many of those people tailgate and they're all over the road poking at their phones and they're big, and if they hit something, man, they cause a big destruction. I suspect I saw the Corvette taillight lenses in red, clear, and amber. Yeah, the amber ones, man. When I had my Corvette, I wanted to change the turn signals to amber, but that would have been a whole bunch of wiring. I just never did it. If you want, Pitt, I live in Central California. Any cars you're looking for? Lots of rust-free cars there. Yeah, and California's easy to buy from too, because just sign the. You don't need a. Here come the ads. I'm sorry. It says I end up teaching for Rockwell Automation, flew to New City every week, set up and taught programming. Dean Stevenson says because America was getting screwed. Yeah. Yeah, we lost all our manufacturing. Spec V, stick shift Fox Mustang are bringing a lot of money these days. They sure are. You know, that's what I was looking for when I bought this thing. I just couldn't do it. And then it came down to this or a Nova. And the Nova is like 68 through 72 Novas. Man, those things, they're either rust buckets or they wanted crazy, stupid money. So, We're going to have the sled running tonight. Yeah, we call this thing the Zed sled. No. Mexican Spec's laughing. Hey, you know what? When it runs, it runs. It says, yeah, but I'm not looking for more projects.
You get 2 points for your advertisements. Thanks to Uber
It
Eats.
says it was I think he means it was the safe option to 3-wheelers in the 80s. Yeah, I remember when everything went from 3-wheelers to 4-wheelers. It says there's several on Craigslist and Facebook here too. Van. Oh yeah, the Odyssey's a van, but it's also a 4-wheeler. I had a friend that had an Odyssey, and he put a one of those 400cc 4-cylinder Honda motorcycle engines in it. It was fast, wheelie, wheelie, wheelie. It's a ticket getter. Shouldn't have had it on the street in California, but he did. Mexican Inspect, picture the new Chevy truck in regular cab short bed. They sell those there. Be long now. You do quads. Yeah. Kevin Smith, Uber Eats ads. 2 points. Pitt, the Honda Odyssey in the 80s was a go-kart with a roll cage and a yoke instead of a steering wheel. Yeah, and this friend of mine, I don't remember what it was, something like that. Yeah, and he put a 400, one of those 400 4-cylinders in it. Straight bullet. I'd buy both mini truck and 3-wheelers if they sold them new again. I remember the 3-wheelers real well. Straight bullet, I'd drive around with the 3-wheeler in the bed of the mini truck. Kim, what are you doing? You still drilling and putting? I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what she's doing up there. I lost track of what she's doing because I'm talking over here.
You were talking.
So talk, Kim. Tell us what you're doing.
I tapped the holes and I'm just threading a piece of all thread through it and that'll lock it all off.
So you tapped it all the way through? What'd you say?
Tapped. Come look.
I'm gonna go look.
Tapped.
See what she's doing. It says he already has 20-acre salvage yard. That sounds like Nebraska. Man, that's pretty good. When you can have that kind of stuff and they don't make you take it away. California, they make you get rid of all that. Okay, so there's a piece
tapped on this end, all thread goes all the way until it hits its stop.
So you put a washer and a bolt there?
It's one of these.
Okay, that's not a lock washer.
No.
So that's likely a sort of seal.
Oh,
It's got anti-seize all over. And then this is just a. So how are you gonna cap that off? Just kind of anti-seize the shit out.
You know what? I can put a nut and a washer on it.
Yeah, do that and pop it off.
Yep.
I'll go along with that. That looks so much better than a tube bent over and pinched off. That looks like some hillbilly crap. Yeah, not that I'm opposed to being a hillbilly, but
it wasn't gonna seal.
It's just about a tornado. I missed something. Expect. Which would you prefer? Datsun 620, Toyota pickup, Ford Courier, or Chevy Love? Chevy Love. Man, those are great trucks. Straight bullet. I'd rather have something that had factory support at this point. I don't want anything with factory support because I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. I've watched so many cars go back to dealers with just completely incompetent replacement parts and replacement parts. They can't fix it. It ends up in a small shop where they fix it for next to nothing because of a bad ground. That's why I like this thing. This thing, I know we got a lot of stuff going on. It's taking a while, but there's nothing on here we can't fix. There's no stupid modules with. Well, anybody see Uncle Tony? His video yesterday. He couldn't get his garage door to open because it's electric and it's got a computerized stupid thing and it's got a bad logic board in it. You know, some turn around, my neck is red. What? Mexican spec talking about? We have lighting issues here, so sometimes is my neck red or is he calling? Oh, that kind of redneck. I get it. Yeah, that kind of redneck. Yeah, we have lighting issues on one side of my neck turns red. It looks stupid. Yeah, I already took off already. Yeah, Isuzu base. Yeah, I remember driving Chevy Loves around. Those things were great. They just, and that transmission shifted like nothing shifted that well. Man, I like those cars.
Okay, I'm going to cut this off.
It says spec 55 holes, maybe shaved the head, 455 holes. What's this going in? Uncle who? Uncle Tony, UTG. Come on, Mexican spec. Weren't you in there? Oh no, it was not a live show. Oh, Josh saw it earlier tonight. Yeah, he replaced this fancy electronic bullshit with a rope. Push the door up, pull it down with a rope.
Yeah,
Well, you know what you do with that front drive Olds is you put it in a Corvair.
rope.
Put it in the back of a Corvair. I know. I've been on one of those before. A friend of mine did that. I did the cooling system on it. Ran the tubes up front like just like a Pantera. Put the radiator up front. Man, that thing did wheelies till you took the 2-barrel carburetor off. Put a 4-barrel on it, wouldn't do wheelies anymore because you lost a little low end torque, I think. But it was that was a fun car. It was a 425 volts. The one he had in the Corvair was 425 volts. But that was a lot of engine in a Corvair. You know? Stray bullet. I regret not buying the ones I've seen for sale. Excellent. They didn't import very many. You know, another one, Mexican spec, those little Chevy pickups, the ones that are new now, but those little tiny Chevy pickups. What are any of those old enough to export them yet? Of course, I don't know how good those are when they get old. But 77 Toronado. Oh. Tim, what are you doing? What you doing? Making a lot of noise. Pitt says, I've seen that Corvair swap. Oh, badass, but... Oh, you're making these things for me? Is that? Did you cut that off right at the head? I think you did.
Yeah.
I hope these are long enough. Yeah, Pitt, that guy, the other guy that's in here, 38 Racing, he's not here tonight, but he's from Nebraska as well. He's got a Corvair that he put a 4.3 Chevy in it, and so he's got that project going too, and that thing's probably pretty quick. Dean, she's putting an Offie triple carb intake on Buff's engine. No, we're not doing that. Not that I think that would look really quick, really cool. Let's expect the new OBS truck came out here in '92. OBS. That means old body style, but I always thought it meant Omni bearing selector, which is the thing on an instrument on an airplane. But old body style, what happens when there's another new car? Then it's the old body style. Cutter Down Garage. We had a Chevy Love for my for New York sanitation. Any pickup or ulcer thereafter was called a Love truck.
You got that little Dakota. It's a good truck.
Kim's busy. Yeah, I need to get up and work on stuff. Kim, why don't you take care of this chat for a few minutes?
All right, I need to get myself a beverage. Thirst.
Yeah, I had my beverage.
I need a break.
I didn't finish my beverage. I should have had some more to drink.
It's time for me to get some. Careful not to kick the camera.
Don't cam the kicker.
Don't cam the kicker.
Well, Mexican Spec, down there in Mexico, they have these little Chevy pickups that are tiny. I don't know what engine they have in them. They look like they're. See, I've been down in Mexico and seen these things running around, and they look a little bit bigger, maybe, than like a Geo Metro, and they're a little like an El Camino. They're a nice little truck, and man, that would be nice.
If anybody didn't notice on my channel, I just put up a video of the
Oh, you put up another video.
electronic ignition.
Well, that's what people are talking about. I didn't even see it. Now I know
for the
what
Bronco 2.
Now I know what they're talking about.
The ignition for the Bronco 2 is viable now. It's got the
you
OptiSpark.
gotta see what she did here. This is slick as shit.
It's OptiSpark, and then I took this sucker out and I welded in little, because it was like a big square wave, and now it's just got these little gaps for the optical sensor.
She got an optical sensor by itself.
It's just 3 wires, and it runs the coil.
Got that distributor, and she made a breaker plate out of steel and did the whole thing. Man.
That completely eliminates the computer control.
Are we all old dingers here? I'm 71. You've told people how old you are.
50.
You're not 50.
I'm not?
49.
Well, I'll be 50 this year.
Well, doesn't count. 49. Everybody else in Mexican
Raw Dog is a youngin.
Raw Dog's youngin. Raw Dog just had a birthday on the 14th, on Flag Day. And
thank you, Pipe Snipe Husker. Pit Snipe Husker.
Goes, Pit. He wants to be called Pit.
Okay, thank you, Pit. Welcome in, by the way. It's good to see new people.
Yeah. He's from Nebraska.
You were talking to him.
And he's got 20 acres with cars on it. Oh, man.
Does he really?
That's really cool. And then Mexican Spec says I'm between 57 and 59.
Are you 63?
Or would that be 57 or 59? I can't believe you're that old. I listen to your voice on your live and on your videos. You sound like you're 30
young
or
man.
something. 30 or something. I can't believe you're that old.
And your beautiful young wife.
We haven't seen her either. But we hear her, and she sounds about the same, like 30 something.
It's that Mexican, the dry air.
54. Pitts, 53. Man, I remember 53. It was good. I remember 63. It wasn't quite as good, but it was good. But I'm coming up on 73. Bruce is 73. You're 73. I didn't guess that. And Dean's younger than that. Dean's young man. Let's see.
Grand Fartons.
Dean says, that's what I used in my early road roughness vehicle. Optical sensor, cutout wheel, great system. See, my Cougar, the one that had the 327 Chevy in it, I built that in the late 70s. And I had money because I was working a lot. And I had enough money. I went out and bought a brand new Mallory. What's that thing called?
OptiSpark distributor?
If they didn't call it that, they called it
something light, Dynalite.
Yeah, something. Anyway, I bought the distributor, the first one of those. That was a Mallory. Mallory. I can't pull the name up because I got a dead brain. X-Inspect. I have never smoked or taken drugs, Buff. Well, yeah, I bet you haven't. I bet you never smoked, never taken drugs.
You're missing
and I bet you never drank beer either, because you're not a drinker or a smoker or any of that stuff. And that's probably why you sound good. I'm not a smoker. I have had my life's allotment of alcohol. I occasionally have a drink, but only if Kim's going to drive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not very often. Even if Kim's going to drive, I mostly don't drink. And smoke, never. Dean, IQ and age the same. 55. Mexican Spec always went. Yeah, Mexican Spec likes things that are stock.
Yes, he does.
He gets upset when I change something, and I just go. Sometimes I hesitate, and I go, Mexican Spec's not going to like this. I better not do it. And I'm like, what the hell? It's my car. I'm changing it.
So the reason I did this, right, if you don't know, my Bronco 2, it came as a basket case, not running. And I did get it running. It's a 1985. I got it running. It had a 2.8-liter Cologne engine in it. And the block must be cracked. I took the heads off and checked the heads. They seemed okay. I put new head gaskets in, put it back together, and it just blows coolant out the radiator right away. So it's losing compression through a crack in the block somewhere. The block is warped or cracked or whatever. It's obviously been, for it to be that messed up, it's obviously been overheated multiple times, and having it machined is dicey. Like, even if you can get it straight, that doesn't mean it's just ruined, you know? So I couldn't find another 2.8 engine, even a remanufactured one, and they would have been really expensive, like $3,000 or more, if I could even get one. And it's like, well, shoot, that's way more than the vehicle's worth, you know? A big investment for kind of nothing. So I parked it in the weeds, and then about 6 months later, I found a listing for a Ford Ranger with a 2.9-liter engine, 2 years newer. They completely redesigned the engine, but the bell housing is the same. So it will bolt into the vehicle with very little modification. Honestly, none. But the problem is the 2.9-liter engine is a fuel-injected, computer-controlled thing. And since the 85 was not, and the 85 had a fire under the hood, so all the wiring was completely burned up. And I did not, the wiring harness on a 2.9 is like, yo, big around. It's huge. It's all these wires, and I just lopped it off and pulled the motor. I don't want to put that in this old beat up Bronco 2. Like, it's more work than it's worth. So I just wanted to build a simplified ignition system so it would start, run, and go down the road. There is no simple path to that. I have put in tons of hours. It absolutely was not worth it. But we're nearly there. Funny coincidence tonight. So I graduated from boot camp in North Chicago and went to ball games at Comiskey and Wrigley that weekend. That's cool. I don't understand the coincidence exactly, though. Oh, hate feeling out of control. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no big push to drink or do drugs. Like, if you want to, I don't know, I guess that's the thing. But if you don't want to, I don't think you're missing out on anything. Just don't.
Drinking. I used to really like craft beers, all the different kinds of beers, and not necessarily sometimes the real dark beers, but I kind of got away from that.
Oh, the Wrigley Field sweatshirt! I always forget when I'm wearing it.
But see, I like to try all that stuff, but I don't know. My body's not the same as it used to be. When I drink, man, I'll feel like one beer, and the next day I feel like crap. And it's not like a hangover. It's like it just does something to me, and I just quit doing it. Just pretty much quit. It was easy, like Frank Zappa and Frank Zappa.
Every once in a while, you'll drink a beer or half a beer for the taste.
Or I'll drink a non-alcoholic beer. Those ones like Colleen got me started on. Those are good.
Every once in a while, when you're really stressed, they'll make you have a drink, and he'll relax a little bit. He deserves it. He needs it now and then. What were those White Claw cherry things?
Oh God, like those are good.
He liked
them. Then I feel like crap the next day.
Yeah, too much sugar.
You know, that's what it is. It's the diabetes.
Drank all the beer, but I can't no more. Yeah, diabetes is real bad. Fire in the sky. Cut her down, garage. Welcome. Who? I didn't know you were here. Cut her down.
Cut her down.
Yep.
I cannot see.
Yeah, when somebody drinks a whole 12-pack by themselves, I think they are going for effect. Is it really, Pitt? I always imagined that beer would taste better than it does. I don't know.
I had a guy working for me in Arizona, a young guy, like 19 years old. Man, he'd come in, he'd smell like alcohol, and I'd tell him, you know, in the morning you always make a lot more mistakes than you do in the afternoon. I think maybe you're drinking a couple too many beers. He goes, I only had a 12-pack last night. He goes, I usually drink more than that. I go, you drank a 12-pack last night and then you come to work this morning? Yeah, you drank too much. He's like, you think so? I had no idea.
It belonged too much fun. What's that mean?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as too much fun. If it's real fun, there's no such thing as too much.
Can you cut this off in about 5 or 6 threads?
I can. Do you think it needs less threads?
Yeah, because I don't want to do that much screwing.
Too old to screw that much?
You see what I'm doing. Okay, let me show everybody.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're doing. We talked about it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but you could tell them. Go ahead and tell them.
Oh, okay. This engine.
Do you want me to give you the close-up camera so you can show them better?
This engine does not have any dowel pins. So when you set the head on, you got to get it perfect, and you can't let the gasket. I don't know how you're ever going to do that. So Kim cut these bolts off, and I want the threads a little bit shorter. But we'll screw a couple of these guys in there, put the head gasket on, slide the head down over it, start a couple other bolts, and we'll screw these out. So that way we'll get the head and the head gasket all in correctly. So
That'll be our short tonight.
that'll be our short tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave me about 5 or 6 threads.
It's going to be noisy.
I just don't want to be sticking that in there and screwing it. Okay, I know. Yeah, make it short about it. Yep. Let's see. Well, I had one in California where they are illegal. He was an asshole. But what is this? I missed something. Okay. Hit you long. A Latin. There. I don't know what they're talking about. I missed something. It'd be long. I've had way too much fun in this lifetime. And you're in a good business though, because you're probably you know, I don't know exactly what you're doing, but you're around a lot of music and partying and stuff, I would think.
Gene Stevens that says I need a 400. I don't know why everybody likes these big, heavy 400s. Geez. Kevin Smith hugging a toilet is not fun. Yeah, pit, alignment stuff. Exactly. Homemade dowel. He's probably getting lubed up at lunchtime, Buck. Then he could work more effectively for the rest of the day. Oh, man.
This guy he was a smart kid. And he worked in a junkyard his whole life, since he like 16, 17, 18 years old. Came to work for us. His brother worked for us. His brother was a pilot, got him the job, actually. He worked for us, and he just took the mechanical stuff so quickly. But there were people who didn't like him because he was just a kid and he worked in a junkyard.
No, he's just a kid that worked in a junkyard. But he knew how so much stuff worked from working in a junkyard. He's just, and he's sharp. But in the morning, he just made a lot of mistakes. Kevin said 400 is a horrible engine. I don't think it's a horrible engine. I think you could make it
work real well. Even Dallas Brown in the AHRA likes a 400 engine. But, he's got a 351 Windsor, a 351 Windsor block that's stroked out to, 400 something. And he's got Cleveland heads on it, so it's called a cleaver. And, man, he doesn't have it anymore. That was a running Thunderbird, man. That thing would fly. I had No Name Nationals one year. It was the fastest car there, So I really liked the Windsor with the Cleveland heads. That's pretty nice. I mean, you got to reroute some coolant, but big deal. And for that matter, the 351 Cleveland, I like. I don't want a 400. They're enormous. I don't know why everybody wants you to put a 400 in this thing. I mean, you can make a Cleveland really run. Here, it's okay. I don't know what all this Fairmont is. Okay, Jim. It smells like cut it off.
Stop letting it cool off.
Let it cool off. Okay. Now I'll fix the goods. Time is it's 1:15.
Yeah.
Almost. We've been on here for 3 hours and a half. 3 hours and
3 hours
minutes.
and 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, we came in late because the internet was busted.
Yeah, it's fixed
Broken
now.
internet.
Hey, we're doing good. We fixed the internet. We still stream. 3 hours.
It says, I really like the Cleveland, but 400 small block Chevy will keep up with it. Well, the thing about the Cleveland is it's a bolt-in for this. Oh, we got ads. It says, I really like the Cleveland, but the 400 small block will keep up. Yeah, but the thing is, I wouldn't mind bolting a Chevy in here. I don't have a 400 small block. I have a 350 Chevy with a 350 turbo hydro, and I may end up in here. But if I had my choice, I'd use that C4 that I got. Go through the C4 automatic and put a Windsor in this. That 351 Windsor in this car would be man, that'd be a nice thing, and it'd all bolt up, you know. And I have the cross member in that parts car to do that. This is 6-cylinder cross member, different cross member, but I could do that. It'd be long. I've never needed alignment belts, but happier when I have. Yeah, I mean, I got the stuff here to make them, so I don't want you to put a 400 in it, except that one half guy. Next is Enterprise.mx rent-a-car. I don't know what that's about. Raccoons are bigger asshole pits than ferrets. Well, we got raccoons out here, and we feed them any food that we have that, rather than throw it in the trash, if it's like something that's fat that's cut off something or anything, I just put it outside for the raccoons and for the possums. It's hippie up. Google ads. Oh, I see. Enterprise.mx rent-a-car. That's an ad. Okay. 2 points. Google ads. Google ads. 2 points. From Dean Stevenson, Down Under. Yeah, Mexican Spec says that's redundant. Kevin Smith, RSVP ads. I'm not sure. Kim, what's an RSVP ad? Who's RSVP?
I don't know. RSVP means.
I know what it means, but that's also probably a company. Bruce Colchin, my buddy, had a Cleaver 429 cubic inches back in '85. Balancing was the biggest problem. I don't know, because I know Dallas fairly well. Dallas Brown, he's built Cleaver, so
There's a way around it. I don't know how it's done, but they know.
Pitt says I migrated to Chevy. I think Dallas's was a 427 cubic inches, but I'm not sure. It might have been like 410 or something. Shit, I don't remember. It says I migrated to Chevy because the components are just cheaper. Historically, a 350 overhaul kit was $135 from Engine Tech. When I had a shop, 351 Windsor kit was $225, which is one of the things I really like about the small block Chevy is there's so many used parts available for it. Mexican specs and ad, but for Enterprise, yeah, I figured that out. I know I was a little slow there.
They might be a little delayed.
Kevin Smith says we're being overrun with raccoons in my neighborhood. Yeah, now we got a skunk running around here. And what was the animal you saw? An armadillo running around here.
Armadillo. I never seen an armadillo before I came in.
Yeah, armadillo. Not many armadillos this far north, but this is probably about where the cutoff is, somewhere around here. Dean Stevenson, 434 cube, 752 horsepower tunnel ram engine with 4-barrel Cleveland heads, based on a stock 351M block with steel Moldix crank. Hit. Straight, those 400 cores are over $1,000 in every salvage I've ever seen. Man, I had a 400. I shouldn't have let that. I shouldn't have let a lot of stuff go. Oh, RSVP's a party center. It don't hate on Ferd though. I got no brand loyalty. Yep, that's exactly where I'm at. I have everybody that's been in here for a while knows that I have a 72 Valiant 4-door that's going to be one of our projects that's coming in here. We're going to make that thing into a ute, like Down Under. And what I really like is the utes Down Under use the short doors like the 4-door. So, it'll be like an El Camino when we're done with it. But we got a lot of big projects going. We have what is that thing? It's a 71 Triumph Spitfire that was just all made out of Bondo. So the body's off that and all cut up. and the frame's all pretty much ready. So
Frame is
I built a lot of airplanes out of aluminum. I got a lot of rolls of aluminum around here. So my goal with that thing is to build an aluminum body for it. So we've got that project going. In fact, that was in here when this had to get pulled in because of problems. My daily driver was
pulled that out
broken.
for a couple days, and now it's
It's been weeks, but it's
Yeah.
getting close.
Hey, this takes priority. I'm okay.
Okay, so I'm going back. Oh, Kim, you got the chat.
I've got the chat.
Yeah, I like it. You're putting tools away. That's pretty cool.
Trying to keep.
Where did you put that? Oh, it's
The ones in the bike, they should be touchable now. They were too damn hot to even touch.
You cut both of them. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably the threads need chased off.
Yep, I understand. I understand exactly. This is exactly where I want.
Okay, good job. Cooperative effort going there.
Chat. Chat's gonna have to take care of itself.
I'm gonna head over there.
Like grinding or hillbilly machine?
Hillbilly Machine Shop.
Hillbilly machine.
Hillbilly Machine Shop. We've got a drill. We got a. All right, who's still here? Oh, it's winding down. A lot of people have left. They don't got the staying power. Raccoons don't get COVID because they wear masks. Those are eye masks. They think they're Batman. Is this the way to Armadillo? I've been weaking like a willow. Nice dad joke, yeah. I got all these trucks. No one seems to care too much about trucks. I don't know. I thought I would enjoy them more than I do. They just kind of sit there. What a fool I am for buying all these vehicles and then never doing anything or going anywhere. Silliness. Is hillbilly a slur in Tennessee? I identify as a hillbilly. Like I was born and raised hillbilly. So if it is a slur, I take ownership of it anyways. You know? But like redneck, there's like a violent redneck connotation, and obviously I don't identify with violent hillbillies or inbreeding. There's some inbreeding kind of connotation there, like West Virginia or something, and I don't date my cousins. Kevin, that's a horrible joke. That's terrible. So do you have a head gasket for the Fairmont? We have cleaned and prepared the steel shim gasket. It's hanging right there on the pull cube. It's nice and dry and clean.
Just a little bit. Okay. Perfect. Got 2 alignment pins. Man, do I like? Oh, nope. They're almost done. I thought they got to cut a screwdriver slot now. Oh, you put Teflon tape on that book.
Yeah.
I said put anti-seize on it. You put something fancy.
I put both.
Pink.
I put anti-seize on it so it wouldn't rust, and I put the pink tape on it so it would get nice and tight.
Nice.
Nice and tight. it is overthinking Mexican specs. It's not good humor. It's just it's like cheap humor, you know. It's like, especially if you like, there's zingers. Like if you hit it just right, you get people laughing, and then they just, it's so absurd.
See, what I did was I cut a little screwdriver slot in the top of this pin. Say I tapered the pin, so it'll go on. Then I cut a screwdriver slot in it, so it'll be really easy to turn it back out again. And everybody that's here, this aluminum car I was talking about, this Triumph Spitfire, we plan on doing a lot of that, building a lot of that body on live at at night here. So
Yeah, that'll be content for a while.
So that'll take a little while, but it'll be fun, you know.
Yeah, that'll be a really, really good project for this winter because it's such a small car.
Okay, pins are in there. The next thing we've got to do before we leave tonight, I think, is this gasket that's over here. I'd like to spray it with some copper coat. Oh, what'd you do with it?
It's hanging on the pool cue over by the filing cabinet. You want it to dry on there?
Oh. Yeah, I want to.
Okay, don't touch it with your grubby fingers. It's all clean.
Okay, I'm going to wash my hands, but I want to spray it with copper coat, at least one coat, and then it won't rust.
Oh, it won't rust. The reason it rusted before is because it was damp with vinegar and left there like that.
Well, what is it damp with right now?
Nothing. That's why I had it sit in
Water
front of
and alcohol, right? The moisture in here is enough to make it rust.
Potentially.
Yeah, I'll just shoot it with something else. Puts the coat on.
Anti-socialist joke. I don't know. Does it really have a lot of cultural significance?
What is this?
I just don't think it's very relevant. It's kind of old-fashioned jokes. Anti-socialist. I don't know. I'm not sure the reason why it's sort of like, I don't know. If you don't think about it too hard, if you turn your brain off. Jokes for jokes' sake. I mean,
not a sponsor. I'm using it.
Yeah. We need something to lay it on, or put it against.
Yeah.
You're not going to just spray that stuff in the air. It's goofy.
I want to spray it up like down onto something like cardboard or like that piece of steel that's over there. Oh, you got lights. That piece of steel is a light.
I don't want the sticky stuff on that piece of steel.
Okay, what do you want the sticky stuff? A little dry.
I don't know. Let me find a piece of cardboard that isn't filthy dirt.
Well, maybe we can use that piece of wood or something.
That wood is really dirty.
Okay, get this manifold off here and put something where the manifold is. I don't know. I'm just trying to make this happen without trouble. Because I don't want that thing to get rusty like it did before. Hey, Kim, we got all the studs in the head. We got the pins made. I'm feeling pretty good. This car's going to go back together. And you cleaned off the block? You cleaned off the block. I mean, it needs a little dusting.
It needs...
Yeah, it needs like an air blow it off. But, I mean, it's clean.
It needs more prep. I didn't have the...
And you got the manifold prepped, the problem that I didn't even know about, it's fixed.
Oh, that's good, yeah. I don't care about this lid, so...
Neither do I. It's on the bottom of the lid.
Just use it.
Yeah, wait. Okay. comes out a lot more of a string than I thought it did. Oh, it's clogged. I thought this crap dried. I don't know. I hope it dries. My plan is let this dry. Flip it over. Do the same thing. And then before we install it, we'll put another coat on. Dean, are we good with that? Dean's still here? I want Dean's approval. Coat, let it dry. Later, coat before we put it on. All right. It's been a long time since I used this stuff. That's a wet mess. We may have to set it on something. Is this crap dry? Oh yeah, it dries.
Is it? You're gonna have to give it a minute.
It's dry. It's not dry over here. It's tacky, but I think it's dry. I don't I don't know, or maybe what we need to do, maybe is just finish prepping the head isn't prepped at all. Nope. I was gonna say prep both surfaces and set the head on it, but
did you change tie rods yet?
Oh yeah,
Didn't
the tie
happen
rods. Geez, the tie rods. Oh, you got just one camera. We're watching paint dry. Are you kidding me?
Watching paint dry.
We're watching paint dry.
Paint dry and stream.
That's got to dry. That's going to be a few minutes. That's not drying quickly. Okay, so I'm coming back over here. Sure I am. Just fast and straight. Put your fasteners on a rag. Clogged. It was both made anti-joke. Dutch joke. Because the clogged. And I used to work with a guy in a radiator shop that was Dutch, and he wore these wooden shoes. Man, was he Dutch? Maybe he just had wooden shoes from, no, you know where? He was from, what's the country? It's just like north of Germany right there.
Finland.
No. Just right, it borders on Germany, north of Germany. I should know that. What the heck? Why am I not on camera? I gotta lean like way over there. Somebody's gonna get points for that. More. Not Estonia. Other end. Right across the way from Norway. No, not that direction. Not Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. The other direction. West. Northwest part of Germany.
Damn geography course here.
I don't know why. My head's half. No, that's all on the east side. I'm gonna have to pull up a map. Jeez. Where'd my top? I don't know where my top to my drink went. I set it down. I can't even remember that. I can't remember where I set the top of the drink, much less a country. Poland. You guys are all on the east side. West side. West side of Germany. No, northwest. See, I swear I'm starting to get Denmark. That's it. Denmark. He's from Denmark. He wore these wooden shoes. Clop, 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 clop. Wooden shoes in a shop. It's just like, what are you doing? He'd tell me how good those wooden shoes are. Man, we got one screen with me babbling on about Remember, and the other screen watching paint dry.
Hey, it worked for Tony.
Okay, Pitt gets his first 2 points. Denmark. Kim, where did I set my top to my drink? Oh, it's way over here. Maybe that's it? Yeah, because I grabbed the drink from over there, I think, and then I was reaching for the camera. I don't know what I did. Holland has wooden shoes. Oh, they may. This top doesn't fit this. Trying to put the wrong top on the wrong thing. I don't know what I did with the top. Now I've got a commitment. Finish the drink. That's why I don't like to drink out of cans. Because once you open the can, you're committed. Bottles, you can screw the top back on. He's freezing cold, yeah. Freezing cold. See, the Navy guy gets it. Lesson for us all. Kevin Smith takes splinters all the time. Man, he'd walk around, you could hear him clup, 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 clup. Here he comes. Comes that Dane. Wood shoes. Holland is a state and province. That is exactly right. I knew a guy from the Netherlands, and somebody said he was from Holland, and he quickly corrected us. He was a police officer in the Netherlands. He's a pretty nice guy, and then he just corrected us right away. No, I'm not from Holland. I'm from the Netherlands. Holland is a state or a province. I don't remember what he called it, but he gave me a geography lesson that night because I didn't know that. Give a Belgian a beer, mate.
In case anybody ever asks again, engine mount is real.
Yeah. Okay, the copper text on the head gasket. Bad surface and no desire to machine. Here's the deal. Oh, man. You weren't here for this whole story, but I'll tell it again because it's really irritating, but it's kind of funny. I bought a new head gasket, the thick type head gasket, like a Velcro. And I bought the kit with all the stuff in it. Came from Rock Auto. And those idiots folded the box in half and put it in a smaller box. So they folded the head gasket in half and ruined it. What's bad is, last year I bought a head gasket for the Slant 6 for my Valiant from Rock Auto, and they folded the gasket in half and put it in a smaller box. So they did it to me twice. Well, then it had a steel shim gasket on it. And Dean Stevenson's telling me just use this steel shim gasket. You can't get new ones, but use the old one. Just clean it off and put copper coat on it and use it. So I'm like, I don't know about that. So I did a video on it, and a lot of people told me you're not going to have trouble with it. Just use it over. And so I kind of reluctantly decided to do it because I don't want to use the thicker gasket because I'm going to lose some compression. And everybody's telling me just use these gaskets over. It's okay. So it's a straight 6. It's like if I got to do it twice, I'll have to pull the head off again. But what the hell? I'm going to use it again. So I made the command decision to clean the gasket up, coat it. I'm going to put it on there. Geez. So.
Hey, can you turn the camera so they can see me working, cleaning up this cylinder?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. The other thing, I was searching for one of these gaskets, a new old stock steel shim gasket. Found a guy that bought one, and what did he tell me? He got it on eBay, but he said when he got it, the guy had folded it in half and put it in a box and sent it to him. So, stupid ass that sold it on eBay folded a steel shim gasket in half and sent it to him. What is wrong with people? Did we all lose our common sense somewhere along the line?
Common sense ain't common.
Common sense ain't common, I guess.
I mean, it's yeah. People don't commonly mess with head gaskets, so they don't know nothing about it. Common sense.
So we're coming around here to Kim. And see, I don't have camera common sense. So I don't know how to aim this quite right. I don't know how to tip it
How
up.
does it look?
Well,
Pretty good.
I'm gonna bring it in a little closer.
Okay. Here, zoom it out.
Oh yeah, now, but I don't know how to focus it. It's probably okay, but you can see what she's doing. She's working on that surface, and then we'll have to take a air gun and blow all the little pieces out before we put it on. Yeah, anyway, there we go. Head gasket. That's a sticky thing. Flip it over.
Is it dry enough to flip?
I don't know.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Make a
I
mess.
just want it to be. Where did I put this shit? Here it is. I'm gonna coat this side. I just don't want this thing to rust again. Okay, and why do I pay attention to Dean Stevenson? Because I consider Dean Stevenson as kind of a scientist, engineering kind of guy, and he keeps telling me we're going to be good with this head gasket, so I tend to believe him. And then when I was in the Air Force, I had a friend that had he had a 1948 Plymouth stock car, flat head engine, and it had a blown head gasket. And of course, we were like Airman One Stripers. We didn't have any money, so he took the head off. We cleaned it all up. He took the head gasket, and the head gasket was the same this way as it was this way. So we cleaned everything up. He sprayed this stuff on the head gasket, flipped it upside down, put it on. We put the head back on it. I thought, man, that's never going to work. But it worked great. We drove that car all over the place. We were at Travis Air Force Base in California, and he lived in Southern California, and we drove that thing to Southern California and all over. Never missed a beat. 22 miles a gallon, old flathead 6, just cruising along about 55 miles an hour. And she never had a problem with it. Of course, the compression wasn't real high on that thing. That was only like a 6 or 7 to 1 compression engine.
This isn't really all that high either.
So this is what? I don't know what the compression is on this, but I think it's going to be fine. What's this? Pitt says V2203. V2203.
Breaking any records.
I don't know what V2203 is. So, anyway, we're going to reuse it. And we'll see.
And
Kevin Smith, Wacky Professor D.
yeah, he's just a bit wacky.
So, Dean's like half crazy on here sometimes. He's like sings songs that I don't always know what they are. And he uses some words that sometimes the jokes go over my head, and I got to call Kim over here to understand the joke. But he's also kind of a scientific kind of guy. So, ooh. And he's had a bunch of these boards.
He's not a dumb person.
So I just okay.
He's silly, but he's not stupid.
Now we're going to go along with Dean. Okay, we got more commercials coming. What is this thing?
Oh, it's some kind
Camera.
of tripod camera thing.
Camera changers. We're keeping these. These are tools now.
We got to do a short on them. tonight.
Okay. Oh, the shortest. I get it. Shorts for that. Next spec 78 Ford 200, anywhere from 8.8 to 9 to 1. Really, they had more than one compression same year. Hippie Long. I know 1/3 to 2/3 of his lyrics. Well, Hippie Long, you're in the music business. You probably would. Mexican Spec, GoDaddy.com ad. 2 points. 2 points. You get 2 points for telling us who's supporting our channel with the commercials. Because we make, geez, we're making like, what about, I used to think it was $100 a month, but I'm looking, it's about $70 a month we're making.
Yeah.
We make a little bit more when people give us some
Baseballism ads. Thank you, Kevin Smith. You get 2 points for telling us about.
Baseball is.
I don't know what that is. Is that like a gambling thing, or is that like?
So.
Yeah, we don't really make money, but.
So if
we get to stream, and it doesn't cost us anything to be here. So it gives us an opportunity to make friends and be part of a community, and that's worth a lot to us. So advertising pays for that. Because, 4,504 kilobits per second, that's a lot of kilobits.
Well,
if I had to pay for all those kilobits, where would I be?
I mentioned this on the last slide, but I'm going to mention it again. We went over 5,000 subs a few days ago, which is really cool.
Victory.
I got to thank everybody for that. Because a year ago, we had to have 500 subs to race at No Name Nationals, and we didn't have it. And we were really trying to get that 500. We made it. And here we are a year later with 5,000 subs, and I feel pretty good about that. And I've done a video a day for the last year. I think I missed Christmas, and I think I missed one other day because I took a video down that I had made a mistake on. So basically, I've done a video a day for a year, plus some other videos that were long form videos, plus all the live streams. But it's everybody out here watching us that's made that work for us. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you guys are great. Thank you.
It says the 78 Ford 302s and 351s were blown by the rings inside 20,000 miles. Was the 200 suffering from this? I don't think so, because this one I think is an original. I'm sure it's original engine.
Didn't we measure it out at 20,000? Didn't you measure it? It was 20,000.
What's that got to do with it?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
It's blown by the rings. No, this thing was not using oil and was driving really well. The reason it was torn down was because.
Oh yeah, no, and there's
because there was an exhaust leak, and Kim pulled the exhaust manifold off and broke a bunch of bolts because they were rusting into the head. Yeah. That's what caused this whole mess.
It was running really well actually. It didn't have an accelerator pump, so we fixed that, and you took it up to the place before the window broke. How did it drive last time you drove it? Real well.
Great.
Yeah.
The only is that
we had to sort out a bunch of.
It had a tick 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 noise. It didn't really bother me, and Kim decided to fix it, and that's what started this whole bunch of crap. But that's all right. Need to be fixed anyway. And the rest of everything was little stuff. Broken window, twice broken window. Kim has blueprinted the inside of that door, and we put all new parts and new channels and all that, all the little fuzzy things that the window fits in. And so I think it's good. I mean, that window now is really nice. So.
I also have a channel. It's called Kim Fixes Things.
And Kim does fix things.
And I work on like I have a 66 Dodge Dart, and some of it's on his channel, or our channel, but some of it's just on my channel.
Sub to Mexican
Maybe
Spec.
check it out.
9 more subs.
There you go.
I am sub to him. I can't
well,
sub
he's
twice.
Just generally.
If you try to sub twice, it actually takes it away.
Yeah. Go ahead and sub to Mexican Spec. He has car stuff.
And
as well.
And to anybody
he's our friend and moderator.
To anybody that's new here, Mexican Spec, please put a, because he's a mod, he can put up links. Put up a link to your Instagram, because his Instagram is exceptionally good, and it lists all the cars, has pictures of them, everything. And when I'm just not doing anything else, I go into his I go into Mexican Specs.
No, he went to subscribe to my channel.
I went into Mexican Specs
Channel.
his Instagram just to look at all his new cars. And of course, once you're a follower on that, you get all that. So I get all the notifications for his Instagram. Okay, he put up his Instagram. Good, thank you. So everybody should get on that bandwagon too. And he says he needs six. He says he needs 6 more subs to get 1,800. Kim's making a lot of noise, but that's okay. She's making noise, but that's okay. So we got a lot done tonight. Wow, what time is it? It is nearly 2 o'clock in the morning.
2 in the morning.
Why am I so full of energy? Probably slept a little during the day. Gotcha, Kim. Subscribe. So, Pitt, subscribe to Kim Fixes Things. Why are guys not tired? Well,
we sleep all day.
We sleep in the day a lot of times. We go to sleep like a lot of times the sun's coming up before I get to sleep.
We're a cleanup crew. We're just on
We're the
shift.
cleanup crew.
We're on the late night shift.
Pitt says, love you, brother, but don't Instagram. Yeah, Instagram. His Instagram is
it's the only Instagram that I bother
the best Instagram there is.
There is.
Oh, it's the only one I look at.
It's the only one we care about.
So.
But yeah, it's cool. I
mean, he's probably. What have you got in there? Probably several hundred. I don't know, several. He's probably got 100 cars for sale in there. Meth, we don't do anything. No drugs. No drugs. No drugs. Kevin Smith, my dog Cooper has 45 views after 14 years on YouTube. Yeah, I go to sleep probably about when the sun starts coming up. And I'll sleep for 3 or 4 hours. And then it's like broken up sleep after that. Okay, and there's your YouTube channel. That's good too.
I'll work on junk. I mean cars. Okay, junk.
What you doing with the hook?
I'm trying to find a place to get this exhaust out of the way.
You know what that hook is? That's a special hook, and it's meant for holding calipers up so they're not dangling from the
it's not working.
From the line.
It's not working on this exhaust the way I want it to.
It's not an exhaust hook. It's a caliper hook.
It's a caliper hook. Don't use it for the wrong thing. Messing it up.
Oh man, what smell? Oh, I know what smells. Copper coat.
No.
Oh, you sprayed something else? That's my grounding wire, but you can use it.
The solvent that I used to clean the cylinder head is what stinks.
I just watched that starter motor move. Move. What's going on? Okay. It's steady now. I was watching it move. It's like, uh-oh, that starter motor's going to crash to the ground.
Yeah, it's not
I can't get to where I'm going. There's that. Oh, I made it. There's a kiddie pool full of coolant on the floor. We're going to have to empty the kiddie pool.
Got a lot to do.
Kevin Smith, I go to bed at 7 a.m. most nights. No, you don't. You go to 7 a.m. most mornings. I'll say to Kim, I'll be going in my room and I'm going, good night, Kim. And it's already light out. You know, it's like, maybe it's not good night. Good sleep. Pitt says, I'm very interested in the oddities you've been talking about. Man, we do this stuff at least three nights out of the week. Pitt, we have, on Tuesday nights, we come in earlier. Come in at 7 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah, we're
7 in the evening Central
Time.
Time. And we have a studio. Our living room used to be a living room. Now it's a studio. And we show pictures of...
I moved in and took over.
We show pictures of viewers' cars, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. We have a green screen behind us.
Remember when I first told you about the green screen and you were like, I don't know.
Yeah, so anyway, we do like a whole picture show thing on Tuesday nights. And the other nights, we do like this stuff. We work in the shop and just talk and work and whatever the hell we do.
Try and fix these problems.
We try to fix shit.
We're supposed to be building custom cars, but we're just always just fixing the stuff we already have.
But when this comes out, Kim, what else? Okay, does your Dart need anything that's keeping it from driving?
It needs an alternator. I think I'm gonna call.
You need an alternator.
Yes.
Okay, so
it works, but doesn't put out enough voltage, and it
doesn't alternate enough.
It was a very light duty one in the first place, and it's a rare and outdated system, and there's just no need to mess with it. I'm gonna update it with something new.
So, when this car hits the street again, which is probably not too long. Oh, we still have to fix the steering, the inner tie rods.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we haven't even looked at the cylinder head. Like they keep talking about
that cylinder head's not going to have anything wrong with it, because I say it's not going to have anything wrong with it, because this car needs to drive.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so what needs to be done on this car? Put the cylinder head back on.
Mm-hmm.
Change the oil, because there's goop in the oil.
Oh yeah, and it was due anyway.
So we've got oil, we got a filter, so we'll put oil in it, and then we have to do the inner tie rods, and then it goes out, and I drive it.
Woohoo!
Then your Dart comes in, gets an alternator. That should be not a long-term project, right? Alternator. Back up
That's
again.
easy on those cars. That's like super.
Then.
Super easy.
Then I assume.
No
you know what there is about assuming. Then I assume your. What's this car you did the 2.9 swap on?
Oh, the Bronco.
The Bronco that gets this distributor. The Bronco comes in because we got to get it running.
I don't know. That's questionable.
And then.
Debatable. It's a back burner, long burner.
Okay, so that's a long-term project, so it may not come in. But then the Spitfire comes in for an aluminum body build. Tim says, Buff, the guy you got it from watched any of your videos getting things fixed.
You know, we've never heard from him.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Did you?
Yeah, and he's commented a few times.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been in a couple of the lives. That was, oh, God, what's his name? I should know his name. He's the actor that played, here I am. Can't remember anything. My dead brain.
Some gangster.
Okay, Mexican Spec.
Cartel guy?
Who's the cartel guy that the actor played? Oh, man. Can I
have a scissors?
Always taking off. Me. Take care, Olive. Thanks for being here.
Scissors.
Scissors.
Trying to tie this out of the way.
Who's the oh my God.
Somebody's gonna get points.
Brain
dead.
My brain can't remember people's names. The pressure of a name. Yeah, Mexican Spec. What's his name? Who's the cartel guy that they made movies about and everything?
Anyways, he's in the movie.
Anyway, this guy's the actor that played that guy, and that's who we bought this car from. They got this car, and they got a Thunderbird from about the same year and a couple other cars. They were going to make a movie. They didn't make the movie, so I ended up buying the, yeah, he goes by El Chapo. That's the actor's name. So I got that car because they didn't make the movie. It was pretty nice. Pablo Escobar. You're right. That's 2 points, Pitt. 5 points, Pitt. And Mexican Spec also put it down. Pablo Escobar.
Who was first?
Pitt was first, but they both came in at 158.
They both get 5 5.
They both get 5 points.
Nice.
And the points, you got to keep track of your own points. Kim says she doesn't keep a roster. She's not. She doesn't know. She doesn't keep track of that stuff. And someday you'll be able to buy something from us with points.
Stickers and
yeah, we'll have stickers and
prizes,
stuff.
rewards, and
But
stuff.
anyway, the guy that played Pablo Escobar in that movie is the guy we bought this car from. Nice guy. And yeah, he does come in here occasionally. How do you see him first? Oh, maybe he popped up first on your. Yeah, see, I don't know how that works. So, Mexican Specs thinks he's first. So
Well,
maybe they're both 1:58
That's why I
a.m.
gave the same points.
So that's why Kim gave you both 5 points.
Because if it came in on the same timestamp, there's no way to know.
So, Pitt says, I hand out points on my Husker site. I'm kidding. So, yeah. So, yeah, he's a pretty nice guy. We spent a little time there. Kim was playing with his little kid, and they were having time doing something while we were talking about cars.
I was just entertaining the kid.
And then he videoed us leaving his place and sent us the video, which I included on that video. We did a video on that. Paul Pachui's here. The things you can see when you can't sleep. Yeah. Tim says the Pikes Peak race is this Sunday. No snow so far. Oh my God. June, and they're worried about snow in Colorado, of course. And Kim's over here working on the block.
Trying to clean some of the grease off the side of it, so when we put it back together, it's not so messy.
It won't look so bad. Yeah, because we're not going to do what do you call that paint job?
Craigslist rebuild.
A Craigslist rebuild. That's where you paint your engine and put it on Craigslist. No, we're not doing that.
Spray and pray.
You know, I can tell we spray and pray. I can tell we've been up here for a while. We're 4 hours into this live, or nearly 4 hours.
Do you want to be done so we get a short?
Yeah, we got to do a short pretty soon. Oh, I don't know. I don't mind doing this, but you know how I can tell?
How's it?
I get hungry.
Yeah, me too.
It's going to be dinner time pretty soon. What do we have?
Oh, I don't know.
Do we have anything in our new refrigerator? Our new refrigerator's working really well. Yeah, Pitt, that's another thing you missed was the refrigerator saga. A couple of weeks ago, we went grocery shopping and bought all this frozen food and meat and everything, put it in the refrigerator. We came up here and did one of these lives
till late
4 o'clock in the morning. Well, I think we worked till 4 in the morning anyway. Went home. Kim opens up the freezer because we're hungry. We're going to cook something. She goes, hey, all the meat's thawed out. And I'm like, what? Yeah, so our 23-year-old refrigerator took a dump. So we bought a $50 refrigerator on Marketplace. It's been a really good refrigerator. What's this?
Working.
Kevin Smith says, Earl Scheib.
Earl Scheib, yeah, paint job.
I'll paint any car, any color for $29.95. I think he used to do them for $19.95.
Wow, that's.
Yep, Dean Stevenson says $29.95 repaints. That's what I remember. That was in the late 60s on TV, on the commercials. I'll paint any car, any color for $29.95.
That's crazy.
We'll kick out the jams. Oh, you didn't get the door jams done for $29.95. That was extra.
That was extra. The door jams are extra. I guess you don't change the color of that. You don't want to change the color of that.
You're getting out the vacuuming. I was gonna get the compressor and blow it out, but you're not gonna be so hillbilly. You're gonna suck the stuff out with the vacuum cleaner.
Highfalutin vacuum.
So you know what's gonna happen.
What's that?
The noise is gonna go.
You can't hear that? I bet you can hear it when I talk, because I think it cuts the mic out. But when I'm talking, it brings the mic back.
Hippie Wonk says you suck.
When you get 2 points for the dad joke.
2 points for the
I
bad
didn't
joke.
see that.
I'd take 2 points away for that joke.
Nope.
Okay, let's see. They painted everything windows. Yeah, they got paint on a lot of stuff. Refreeze meat. Okay, here's the thing with refreezing the meat. What we did was I right away onto dead brain again, Marketplace. We found a refrigerator. We were over there by 8 o'clock in the morning, bought it, hauled it back over here. Of course, we had it on its side, so we put it back up. Then it had to sit there for 4 hours before we could plug it in, because that's what that company wanted to make sure it was safe. So we did that. By the time it was cold, shit, it had been almost 24 hours. So as soon as the meat was thawed out, while we were waiting to find a refrigerator, I was cooking everything I could cook. And so we cooked some of the meat. I had a rabbit in there that was getting kind of, so the rabbit went out to the animals out in the yard, and they ate the rabbit. And yeah, we threw some of it away. It was a pretty sad deal.
You know, I think that it had been malfunctioning for several days.
That's why it was.
And it was like, let's just get rid of this stuff.
It didn't thaw out in 4 hours that we were up here working. It was thawing out before that. We didn't know it. So, yeah, we lost some stuff.
Tim says he hasn't done the race, but he's been to the top many times. He took his wife to they took the Harley up to the top a couple of years ago, and that they can see the peak out of their front door. That's cool. That's a neat feature. I bet you take that for granted.
Earl Shod got their paint by the barrel. Yeah, I think you could pick any one of their 5 or 6 colors and have your car painted.
There you go.
And it wasn't real shiny paint. It was thick, sticky, gooey old enamel.
Yeah.
It was not catalyzed or anything, but what the heck? Yeah, now you wait till I start painting again. I'm going to do my water-based paint sometime in here. Even in the wintertime, when we have a wood burner over here that we keep the shop warm.
That's a good time to do
and
that.
I paint in here in the winter with water-based paint. And I always laugh because if we have a fire, I could put fire out with the paint gun. So yeah, that'll be cool. Oh man. Yeah, Pitt, you're welcome here anytime. We do at least 3 lives a week. What is this doing in here, Kim? We got a little bag. We got a little bag with looks like a keyway in it.
It's for the mini bike.
A key for the keyway. Okay. All right. Well, it's here in a little bag. We got all kinds of little parts here.
Oh, I got so much.
We got seeds here we didn't plant.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh, there's lots of seeds we didn't plant.
And we have what Mexican Spec hates.
Planting is hard work.
I have 194 replacement bulbs that are LEDs. He doesn't like LEDs, but I don't like them on low beam headlights unless they're really high quality headlights, because they blind the shit out of everybody. But if they're really high quality headlights that have good reflectors and good lenses that have a cutoff, I don't mind them. And the high beams, I don't care. So this car does not have LEDs in the headlights because I don't want to spend the money on the really good one. So, but the other things, I like LEDs because they're crisp and clean and they're bright. And people today expect to see bright lights, bright turn signals anyway.
People today are blind as it is, so you gotta give them the best.
It says bad meat will punch you in the face.
Oh yeah, Will. Throw it away.
Yeah, the thing with refreezing meat, if it's good and you refreeze it, I think it just affects the way it tastes. But I don't know. Spec says, you will see with the taillights, Buff, it won't work in such a big taillight. I will find out about that, and you may be right. You may be right. So I do have those lights, and I am going to install them, and we'll see how it works. And I do have the new flasher that will work with the LEDs with a separate ground. We did that. We did it on the Valiant, and it came out really good. But you're right; those are smaller, so we'll have to see. And I know I put LEDs on this car in the side marker lights, and man, they're nice. Yeah, we've had to have a passport for a long time to get back into the U.S. or the card. You can have a passport card in the North America countries, but as soon as you get, I don't know, when you get into Central America, do you need a regular passport? I think so. I know Mexico, Canada, and some of the Caribbean countries, you can have the passport card, but any other countries, you need the full-blown passport. With your last name, it won't let you back in the U.S. Express, you make, yeah, sure, I'll make a short on it. Less drawl on your alternator and electrical system. I've thought about putting the blasting LEDs in the high beams on this, but I don't like the way they don't look right. I mean, they look funny in the car. So, and these are the 4x6 rectangular lights. There's so few aftermarket lights for these other than the cheap LEDs that blind the shit out of everybody. And there's no good lights for these. Good LEDs will have a lens and and a nice cutoff where you're not blinding people. So just not very many of these things available. Who's going to spend that much money developing a light for these things? So I don't know. These ones, I drove it with these once, and they're pretty nice. They're good enough. So if you want to pit on Tuesday, send pics. It's after midnight. Kevin Smith, I put LEDs on my power chair for safety reasons. I put LEDs in my mower, but I'm not blasting anybody going down the road. Remember, grandfather did old Chevy pickup round lights, 6 volts, dim as hell. You know who fixed that? And he did it with 6-volt lights. Was if you watch, there's a guy that does a lot of electronic stuff called, he's a Canadian guy, Mr. Carlson's Lab. He had, I think, a 50 Buick or 51 Buick or something that was all 6-volt, and he did a little circuit board thing with 6-volt lights, and he used 6-volt lights and 6-volt everything. And man, his lights are nice and bright, but they're 6 volts.
The gasket looks good.
He did a nice job on that. Buff, when is the show from the house? Tuesday nights. Tuesday nights at 7 Central in the U.S. Oh,
Hippie, you knew that.
I'm starting to get a little bit. I bet my sugar's going low.
Yeah, we're getting late.
I'm starting to feel strange.
We'll
check Summit Racing, Buff. They have affordable seal beam.
I think that's who I'm going to order
LEDs. I'll have to look at that. Okay, everybody. My sugar went low. I know it. I know how I feel. I'm feeling like,
shoot.
Oh, God, I'm going to have to walk home like this. Ooh. Kim, what do we have up here I can eat in a hurry? Oh, I bet I have nothing with sugar in it. Oh, this has sugar?
Yeah.
I hate to drink this.
Drink some of that.
Oh,
it won't
man.
hurt you.
Look at this. Both hands are shaking.
Yeah, we're going to cut out. We still have a little bit of cleanup to do before we leave.
Oh my God.
We will be back on Saturday night.
I got to do a short yet.
I think we're going to start at 9 p.m. our time.
What time is it? It's too late for my short now. It'll bomb.
Okay, whatever.
I'm not even going to worry about the short after all this. I'm going to go home. You're going to have to walk with me to make sure I don't fall. On the
You'll
way
be
home.
okay. You'll be okay. Okay, thanks everybody for being here. If you're still
thank you,
here, I'm awarding you 3 points. You guys have been great. Thanks for hanging out with us and encouraging us while we do all this little piddly stuff. It really takes a lot of time to get it all.
I hope you come back because I've enjoyed having you here tonight.
Or don't.
Or don't. Yeah, if you want.
If you don't like us, I'm not going to beg. Hang out or don't.
Was it you, Pitt, that said you need a Kim around your shop? See, I used to watch. I used to watch Kim on her Kim Fixes Things channel, and I always wanted to meet her. And I trying to figure out how to stalk her without stalking her. And then she went to No Name Nationals, and I went to No Name Nationals. I walked right up and introduced myself, and we've been hanging out together since then. So that was like the best thing that ever happened. First annual No Name Nationals.
Yeah, start something really cool.
I met you. Really cool.
So I'm going to take care of him. You guys take care of you. Thanks for being here. We will see you on Saturday night if you can. If not, Tuesday night. If not, when you can.
Yeah,
we're glad to have you.
My sugar's